Good morning, everyone. I declare open this public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for the inquiry into the 2025 federal election. In accordance with the committee's resolutions of the 4th of August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of this committee. I now welcome Senator Peter Whish-Wilson and Senator Michelle Ananda-Rajah to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, Senators, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Senator Michelle Ananda-Rajah, Senator for Victoria.
Senator Peter Whish-Wilson, Senator for Tasmania, previous Chair of the Senate Select Committee into Information Integrity and Deputy Chair of the...
Right.
Yeah, same committee.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. We've got you until midday today, just to give you a bit of a time awareness. So I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Just going to make a very brief opening statement, Chair. We're appearing here as the ex-Chair and Deputy Chair of the committee. The Senate Select Committee no longer exists. The committee report made specific recommendations that we would like JSCEM to follow up. So we're happy to go through those in detail today. I just wanted to say that the majority report was a majority report. It had support both from government senators, Green senators, independent senators and LNP senators. Okay. Essentially the key things that we note with JSCEM was electoral interference. We consider influence campaigns, especially hidden influence campaigns, to be electoral interference, and we received significant evidence in that regard.
And that's been turbocharged in the era of AI, which we'll talk about.
Well, did you want to talk about some of that stuff before we did anyone have any questions before we get into some of that specific
I just wanted
advice?
just to kick off. Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
I just wondered what information or how your former committee distinguish between disinformation and political information that was out there for political interference.
Yeah, it's a big question. I think a couple of the specific things we wanted to go through today. If you look at recommendation 4 in the majority report, it was quite broad. It was the committee recommends the Australian government explore ways to ensure greater transparency of campaign activities, such as the creation of third parties that are resourced by commercial corporate interests in the lead up to a federal election. There are a number of recommendations under Green's additional comments that went into a bit more detail in terms of specific recommendations around that. We wanted JSCEM to follow it up. But we heard evidence that establishing what I suppose have been often referred to as astroturfing groups to hide influence was a form of misinformation and disinformation in itself. If those funding those groups didn't disclose their identity at the time of election, it was a deceptive conduct and a form of misinformation. However, when you look at the content of some of these groups that you may say was election advertising content, it may well have fallen under the category of specific misinformation or disinformation in relation to areas like climate change and energy.
I'll give you an example. So just to make it concrete, there was one group, it's just one of many groups, called Australians for Prosperity, and it was majority funded, like 94% funded by Coal Australia, which is a breakaway group from Minerals Council of Australia. And basically like to the tune of millions. And they recruited a well-respected journalist, a social media influencer and a bunch of other people, and they pushed a message right into the community. The problem is that the Australian public were receiving these messages and were completely unaware of who this group was, the fact that it was spun up just before an election, and who was actually financially backing this group. And I think that that is actually deeply misleading for people, and I don't think they would be happy.
So when was it made? How did you know it was funded by Coal Australia?
It was actually revealed by the media, and I think this speaks to the real importance of strengthening the media and making sure we have an independent and strong media, because right now they seem to be one of the few fortifications we have left to protect our democracy from this kind of stuff.
So they didn't disclose that they funded?
It was disclosed eventually by the AEC.
So it was disclosed to the AEC. The deputy chair, ex-deputy chair, is correct. Australians for Prosperity received $3.8 million in total political receipts in the 24-25 financial year, which were disclosed to the Australian Electoral Commission, of which 3.68 million, so 3.68 out of 3.89 million came from Coal Australia, and that was disclosed.
After
so that was
it's like
six months after
but
the election.
like not at the time of the election.
So that's 94% of their funding came from Coal Australia, and we would urge the committee to call the previous executive officer of Australians for Prosperity, which was Jason Falinski, ex-Liberal MP. He quoted in The Guardian when asked about this disclosure, when it was made public, and our committee was holding its hearings at this time, so we were able to put these questions to Coal Australia, and Michelle and I'd be happy to go through those with you. Mr. Falinski said, "I knew we were getting some money from Coal Australia, but I had no idea of the quantum or what the percentage was." That's quote for quote. "Maybe I should have asked some more questions." That was the direct quote that Mr. Falinski gave to the media. I think one of the other executive officers was an ex-Liberal staffer. I asked the head of Coal Australia, who obviously didn't deny that they'd given money to Australians for Prosperity. As chair of the committee, I was trying to find out what the motivation for this was. Now, this is really important because the evidence we'd received, and I do have a copy of a significant submission which I was going to seek permission to table with you. Of course, this is all available on Hansard from our inquiry. This is from a cooperative research centre that's done a lot of work, AD&M submission. It goes into a number of case studies at the 25 election. Australians for Prosperity wasn't one of them. There's a whole heap of them in here that are very similar. So I was going to seek permission to table that. I asked Coal Australia what their motivation was. They said, well, this group had aligned values to us, which I meant was politically aligned to Coal Australia's objectives, and they came as a one-stop shop. So they were able to provide expertise and do the work, the work of a advertising agency, do the consulting work, that kind of thing.
But then they're not the only group, though. There were others, like Mums for Nuclear.
And Australians for Natural Gas. Yeah. The names sound like they're a grassroots movement, and this is the motivation I was asking about, because the evidence we'd received, including in this submission, is that because they appear as a community group and a grassroots group, they get more, I suppose, more uptake. If Coal Australia, which is their right to do, if they were to spend $3.68 million advertising against the Greens and Labor, which they did through Australians for Prosperity, and they declared it was Coal Australia, that's fine. They're big enough and ugly enough with all the money in the world to do that kind of thing. Why would you go through a community group and hide your identity? Yeah. Well, they claim they weren't trying to hide their identity. I find that very hard to believe, and I've said that publicly, but.
I think the Australian people would have been really, upset to find that they were getting these messages and not really knowing who was behind them or how they were funded. And I think that's the key, isn't it? We're not necessarily we're not talking about censorship here. It's a open democracy. People can say things, right, within the limits of the law. But really, we need transparency. We need to know why we're seeing this stuff, who is behind it, how's it being funded, and what their political agenda is. And
most of the issues based, or were they actually advocating for number one votes for a particular party?
Oh no, it was issues.
Issues based, but very very much aligned, anti-Green and anti-Labor. And I suggest the committee has a look at some of the content.
And not necessarily grounded in evidence, as you can imagine.
They did get pulled up by the Electoral Commission around disclosures at the time, as have Advance and other groups that I understand that your committee will be looking at. But, the issue is that these third-party groups are popping up a lot before state elections and federal elections. They're literally, even though some of them may be registered, at different times out from an election. They don't become active till election time. Then they get wound up after elections.
Yeah.
And they do spend significant amount of funds to what I would say influence elections. So you could classify that as interference if you're not genuinely saying who's behind these ads. The other thing that became clear to us as a committee was if a company or an industry specifically advertise on something like climate change, like they're promoting natural gas or nuclear or coal, or undermining renewable energy, which happens in some cases, they can potentially get pulled up by the ACCC around greenwashing, which may be another motivation for going through these astroturfing groups.
Do you want
Because they're exempt, because it's political communication, they're exempt.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've just got, I might go to the Deputy Chair first and then to you, Dr. Ryan.
So I was, Senator Ananda Raja was just going to add something to what Peter was saying.
No, I was just going to draw Pete's attention to a recommendation we didn't get up, but you put in your additional comments, which was around beneficial ownership and disclosure of beneficial ownership interests, a register covering companies, trusts, partnerships that might go to some way towards uncovering this kind of activity in the lead up to elections.
Indeed, that's recommendation 6 on page 190, item 1.36. There's a number of detailed recommendations we had there in relation to how we could get better disclosure at election time. At least people know who's behind the advertisements, the electoral advertisements.
We need to know we need to follow the money. Basically, we need to follow the money. We need to know who is funding these outfits, because that's really where you get to the hard truth of what the agenda is.
So in terms of registration of interested third parties, which is sort of, I suppose, the structure that we would look at it through from the electoral process, how do you see that would be best met? I mean, you've made mention of organisations critical of Labor and the Greens. I could probably think of a few that would raise the hackles on the back of my neck, that again create the appearance of being a community-based organisation, yet they're really just an arm of almost one of the political parties. But
I think the Liberal Party
creating that
submission
perception.
identified a few of those, I think, from memory.
Yeah, and look, I mean, so it's an across-the-board exercise, and the point that Michelle's making, Senator Ananda Raja is making, that understanding where the information comes from is an important part of the process, because with that information, people can then make their minds up about the information that's being placed in front of them.
Absolutely.
So how do we facilitate that in terms of the way that the electoral system works? I mean, you're talking about it was disclosed. It took some time to disclose, and so
after the election,
and so it was.
I think
it was a part of
real-time
that cycle.
disclosure for these sorts of interests, these astroturfing groups or community groups or whatever you want to call them groups, when they're established, we need to have real-time disclosure. We need to also empower the AEC to be able to ensure that the messaging, there is standardization around the messaging, so that, for example, if something pops up on your social media feed from one of these groups, it's actually labeled as such, that it's come from this group. So people shouldn't have to go back to, for example, click on the original page to find that labeling. So, for example, we did have testimony from the Minerals Council Australia. We pulled them up on this. They were, and to be fair, they've been transparent. So if they are running a pro-nuclear campaign in a run-up to a federal election, they'll own it, right? It's on their Facebook page, for example. But the actual ad that is run does not have that disclosure. So we need to actually get into the nitty-gritty of the messaging people are receiving, bearing in mind that 70%, and we heard this, 70% of people under the age of 35 are not consuming traditional media. They are, in fact, avoiding media. They've got news fatigue. They've got burnout. It's affecting their mental health. So where are they getting their information from? They're getting it from online sources. They're getting it from social media. And that is only on an incidental basis as they're scrolling. So, we've got to do a bit of work around labelling as well of content.
Go to Dr. Ryan.
In our interim report, the committee's heard on lots of occasions about involvement of the sorts of third-party groups that you've mentioned. There's others, obviously. There's Nuclear for Australia, Mums for Nuclear, Repeal the Teal, Australian Taxpayers Alliance. All of these are organisations which were not registered with the AEC as third-party entities and have not submitted any data to the AEC around their spending or the source of their donations. Was this something that you took up with the AEC at all?
We didn't take it up with the AEC. We were aware that the AEC, that Australians for Prosperity, for example, were forced by the AEC to take down a number of posts because they weren't labelled. But we never called the AEC as a witness. This area was, although it was an important part of our inquiry, it was only one of many things that we looked at. So we ran out of time.
We did. Went down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, but no, this is why we've recommended JSCAM take this up.
Yeah, we didn't have the capacity to.
For example,
to do this.
with Senator Colbeck's last question, Monique. We had a very specific recommendation on how we could get real-time disclosure, looking at some other regimes. So I'll just refer you again to recommendation 6 on page 190. I won't go through it now, but there's very specific detailed recommendations on how we can get a real-time publicly accessible political advertising register that would require significant donors to be declared around these kind of advertisements.
I think the challenge will be that these groups will spin up, right? And then they'll say, oh, well, we're community groups. You know, we're not political groups, even though they possibly have, a political agenda behind them, and donors, either corporates or wealthy, high net worth individuals who want to influence. And I think the challenge will be actually sort of boxing them into a political kind of law when they're maybe legitimately saying, no, we're not. We're reflecting community attitudes. And we're going to amplify those attitudes. So I do wonder whether there are other acts like the Charities Act. I mean, I'm assuming these groups, for example, are not-for-profits when they are established, whether they would fall in under the Charities Act and whether there are levers within that act that can capture some of this activity.
Just on that, I may have misspoken earlier. I think the Australian Taxpayers Alliance actually did register with the AEC as a third-party entity. And I note that it had very significant spending on Meta, but in its AEC declaration for spending in 24-25 declared $0 spent. Would it be your position that another way of getting insight into these third parties' activities in real time might be transparent information about the extent of spending on Meta and other internet platforms during the election period?
One of the recommendations in the majority report, and we went into more detail in additional comments, was having an internet observatory established to do exactly that. It does exist in a kind of bare bones form at the moment, and there's several models you could use to actually have real-time monitoring of these kind of things. It was one of the key recommendations we got for a number of civil society groups and researchers who already work in this area. We had hundreds and hundreds of submissions from people all around the world, social scientists, university, academic institutions, organisations, not-for-profits from the UN through to, even some commercial entities that do this kind of work. There's a big body out there that kind of you could focus into a specific organisation that would do this.
There are some incredible people out there in civic society, these groups that Chair just mentioned, who have deep expertise in studying social media platforms, in messaging, in all kinds of things, in campaigning strategies, etc., etc. What we wanted to do with some of these recommendations was to try and formalise this network, and we already have some of these entities which are based. Some are not-for-profits, others are in universities, who are funded by the Australian Research Council, for example, but are facing a funding cliff. Obviously, these grants run out. But we were interested in maybe formalising this kind of network, because this group again adds as a fortification, an oversight mechanism for our democracy. And it complements the work the media does, for example, the work we all try to do, but we don't, we can't beat the algorithms as politicians. But these groups are separate and they're valued and they're important because they're trusted by the Australian people. Australian people trust the academics. They trust not-for-profits, right? So I think it would be really useful for this committee to look at ways of empowering civic groups in our country. And it's not just about the astroturfing, it's also about, and I hope we get time to talk about this in some depth, holding the social media giants to account. Because right now they have a voluntary, self kind of managed model, right, through the DigiCode. It's a joke, it's weak, it's not working, and a lot of the weaknesses around our social media regulation has been revealed by civic groups. So we need to strengthen their arm.
And we have a very specific recommendation we'd like to talk to you about on that particular issue. But just can I just come back to your question, Monique, and Richard's question? I mean, one reason we wanted to talk to you about Australians for Prosperity example in particular was because we'd noticed that Peabody, obviously a big US coal company, Peabody Energy, in their 2025 sustainability report, they stated that Coal Australia provided direct financial support to third-party organisations to campaign in support of pro-coal mining policies, and then we found that came in the form of undisclosed funding at the time with no identity attached to it through Australians for Prosperity to influence election, heavily targeted at the Hunter area, I understand, and towards the Labor MP in the Hunter. So you could say it's foreign interference, it's certainly foreign influence. The fact this is coming from a very large international coal company, funding it through, is a member of the Australian Coal Industry Alliance. So it just was a clear example of where do you draw the line and where you get disclosure, was what you asked. Richard, you say that it just happens on all sides. That I would certainly say where commercial interests are at stake, that I think the Greens would like to see all advertising fossil fuel industry banned anyway per se, but that's probably not going to happen. But nevertheless, I think commercial interests should be disclosed.
And civic groups
and made
empowered to scan the horizon.
Yeah.
Senator Hodgins-May, I'll just come to you if you have any questions.
Yeah, look, I think you've covered off on a number of my questions regarding astroturfing, but just, I suppose, going back to foreign interference and AI, your additional comments refer to threats from both foreign and domestic interference, and we've heard evidence in this inquiry that there was no identified foreign interference in the 2025 election. I suppose, does that mean there wasn't a problem, or are there maybe some forms of influence that our current systems just simply aren't good at detecting and investigating? I know that you've talked about the committee recommendation that Australia's national security agencies investigate the AI-enabled disinformation campaign uncovered by ABC News Verify. I suppose, why did your committee think that that was relevant, and what does this tell you about Australia's preparedness to detect and follow up on interference?
Yeah, so I think when we think about foreign interference, we think nefarious state-based actors. In fact, nothing could be further from the truth. Now the landscape has completely evolved. What we are seeing are non-political actors who are financially motivated, i.e. basically poor, in poor countries a lot of the time, who are using the monetization system that social media companies have to make money. And they have worked out that, and this is a model that was tested and proven to be very successful in the UK around the former Labor Prime Minister Keir Starmer. It was used to some degree in Europe, and I've got some reports here to share with you. And it's arrived in Australia. It's arrived in Australia, and it's basically content creators in countries like Sri Lanka, the Philippines, Vietnam, Pakistan, Indonesia. Basically, if you go looking for them, you'll find them, who have worked out that they can now create AI slop, so synthetically generated content at scale, without even really knowing much about the cultural norms of a country or anything about its history. Why? Because they've got access to AI, which has a universe of knowledge about humanity. And they're using that now to deploy at scale, basically social media accounts on Meta, on TikTok, on YouTube, and they are garnering eyeballs and they are making money. And on that topic, I mean, this was like pulling a thread, and it was incredibly. Boy, did we
Still
go
keeps
deep
me awake
here.
at night, to be honest. I think this is going to be the biggest challenge in the next federal election in this country. But Michelle's right in the sense that there's definitely engagement hacking occurring to monetize the algorithm, because if you get eyeballs on your posts, you get advertising dollars, and the social media companies reward that through their monetization processes, which themselves need to be reviewed. We understand Japan's looking at doing that around natural disasters, for example. But there's also these ABC Verify just looked at 2 accounts in 400 posts in a week, all deep fake AI, mostly promoting Pauline Hanson's One Nation and painting the government in a bad light, especially Anthony Albanese. That was just the tip of the iceberg. There's hundreds of these things out there. They are available. You can buy this like real estate now. You can go and these people will produce content for you. And AI allows industrial scale endless disinformation and political propaganda. And how do you label that?
And the social media giants, particularly Meta, who is the biggest problem child out of a bad lot, are turning a blind eye to this. Why? Because it is in their interest to continue with this model, because it makes them money, and the amount of money is eye-watering. There was
take down inauthentic.
oh no.
Right. So
They're supposed to do that. It's part of their terms of use, but they turn a blind eye intentionally to it.
Under
and
the
this is
ACMA
based
code,
not just on the evidence we heard, but from Facebook whistleblowers. Like Jeff Horowitz put out a report last year which said in 2024 Meta made over 10% of its revenue from scams. That is $16 billion at a conservative estimate. No one really knows because Meta doesn't tell anyone. But $16 billion in 1 year, that amount of money has gone up since 2024. Why? Because AI is now here.
and after ABC Verify contacted Meta, they eventually did take down some of the posts that were featured in the article from the fake accounts in Vietnam. And this is the thing, inauthentic behaviour doesn't have a proper definition under our code. It should be bots and trolls, which is inauthentic behaviour, but often that's just seen as part of the landscape now by social media companies. But that's what you're employing when you go to these bot and troll farms. For a certain amount of money, they will run, they'll run comments on articles that we might post as politicians, and I see them every day on my climate comments, especially around the fires in Europe at the moment. That's just very predictable, the kind of content they spew out. Plus, they're now generating their own original content. So you can buy this stuff. And how do you label that? Is it advertising? It's between elections. What happens if if you get flooded with literally, I'm talking about an infinite number of posts going into in 2 years' time, given how quickly this stuff is moving? How is JSCAM going to label this? Is it election advertising if it's coming from a farm in Vietnam and it's promoting Pauline Hanson's One Nation, which essentially they are, and experts have said, well, we can't prove the motivation or whether One Nation or a third party that they have some distance from is paying for this. But you do need to look at who is benefiting from this.
So there's two theories, right? Either that they're being directed to pay that or being engaged to do it, or the monetisation of the post is the
Almost certainly both. Chair, almost certainly.
Totally, because if you get, say, 10,000 subscribers, followers, right? Whether it be in TikTok, Meta, whatever, 10,000, or if you hit 100,000, you start getting paid.
Yeah.
And for people in these countries, these content creators, this is significant money for them. There is some data that I've got that I want to share with you. It's currently it was shared with me by Professor Reese Farthing, who was an excellent witness at our hearing multiple times from University of Canberra. And she also works for Reset Tech, which is a not-for-profit based out of the EU. She is an Australian researcher who is unable to research what is going on in Australia because there's a lack of legal protection around researchers in Australia to uncover this kind of work. They are fearful of being coerced by the tech platforms. This also extends to journalists, and we have on Hansard testimony from her, where she describes journalists being asking questions, legitimate questions to Meta, and basically being given the runaround and feeling like they are threatened. So we have a recommendation in our report to strengthen legal safeguards for civic groups and journalists. But back to this report, I'm just going to table this report. It's called Monetized Slopaganda. I'll give it to the committee for you to review, but it will be under embargo till next month. It is revealing. And I'll just take some liberty here just to read out some names of politicians who are currently, subject to this kind of AI slop. So in terms of impersonated videos, AI slop videos, we have the Prime Minister, Pauline Hanson, Fatima Payman, Peter Dutton, Jim Chalmers, Tony Burke, Scott Morrison, John Howard, Holly Hughes, Jacinta Allen, Annika Wells, Angus Taylor, Susan Lee, Mark Dreyfus, Richard Miles, Maureen Faruqi, Robert Menzies, there you go, interesting, Chris Bowen, Barnaby Joyce, David Pocock, Larissa Waters, Lydia Thorpe, Jason Clare, Tanya Plibersek, Penny Wong, Malcolm Turnbull, Tammy Terrell, Bill Shorten, the 2022 Cabinet, all of them, Natalie Barr, TV presenter, and then AI slop images, which are impersonating politicians, Ben Carroll, Chris Minns, Peter Malinauskas, Ed Husick, Jackie Lambie, Matt Canavan, Andrew Hasty, Corey Bernardi, Allegra Spender. These are just the name ones, but I received an email from this researcher saying that I was featured in a Sri Lankan post. I don't know in what context, whether it was sexualized, I don't want to know almost, or whether it was in some other context. But when I find out, I'll be referring this stuff to the AFP. But there is a much, much bigger problem here. I'm going to give this to you to have a read. And
I wouldn't
so
table
that
it if it's embargoed, because if you table it, then
will it become public?
yes, if it's tabled, it'll become.
Can you-
So,
So you could
why don't
offer
you
it
send
to
us a copy?
I'll
Yeah.
email.
us a copy as a submission, which we can then put through.
Yep.
Process.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
That's what
perfect.
I'd recommend.
Yeah.
Could,
And I'll also just table then previous reports that have also been done by Reset Tech, which I guess preceded this and started the ball rolling on this. Yeah.
Could I raise two other matters very briefly in relation to what the Senator said there? We had evidence provided by Anthropic. They appeared in person.
Okay.
We had all the social media platforms appear in person. Some we had to threaten to compel, but they nevertheless appeared. And Anthropic gave us an example which we weren't aware of, published in their intelligence report, March 2025, where they detected the use of Claude by actors to run what was called an influencer service operation. So very similar to what we suspect is happening with some of this foreign slopaganda. In that campaign, this is Anthropic's word, Claude was used in violation of our policies to basically orchestrate the operation of multiple social media accounts. And then it said this was less about the generation content itself. It was really a novel attack where Claude was misused to dictate posting schedules and dictate whose accounts it would interact with. So AI is already starting to generate this kind of thing, even though Anthropic's, I think, a fairly good corporate actor. They've detected the use of this already. So the second thing I wanted to say was we had a confidential briefing which, even though obviously we have absolute privilege in these committees, we did have a confidential briefing from our security agencies in relation to this, because the committee was very keen to find out how do we combat this. I would strongly recommend, Chair, that JSCEM also seek a confidential briefing from security agencies. I will say, just overall though, while they have the capacity to deal with this, they're not set up for this. This is evolving very quickly for them as it is for us. Yeah. They tend to see foreign interference as like physical harm to Australian citizens.
Or state actors.
Or foreign state actors. They're familiar with some, bad faith actors overseas. By the way, that Admiral Chris Barry, the day our Senate report dropped, Admiral Chris Barry's his climate security group dropped their own report. And they clearly said, and they said this to me personally, Senator, you're not going hard enough in your language on your report. This is information warfare. They said it has to be viewed, and if that's in their report, this has to be viewed through the lens of traditional information warfare. We're used to talking about China and Russia and Iran, but he said this is coming out of the US, our ally, and he's been very upfront about this in his public statements as well. We can question the agendas. Are they commercial? Are they ideological? Are they political? Nevertheless, this kind of information warfare that is influencing elections, specifically around issues like climate change and renewable energy rollout, clean energy rollout, these kind of things, we have to view it in that lens. And therefore, I do believe our intelligence agencies, who have the ability to look at metadata and a whole range of things, need to play a much more active role with social media platforms. Now they do. Social media platforms meet with our security agencies regularly. They are taking down inauthentic behaviour, but I tell you what, last time I checked was over.
We need to be careful here, because what social media platforms want us to do is they want us to go down the route of content moderation. Do not go down this road. This is an invitation into complexity and into culture wars and into discussions on censorship or not. That is exactly where they want us to go, and we need to avoid it. Where I think we need to go is into disclosure and transparency. Right?
Yep.
But ultimately, where we need to go, and we had long discussions about this, didn't we, Chair, is to a digital duty of care, and modelled on the European Digital Services Act. And just broadly speaking, what this is about is that the Parliament, right, elected representatives of the Australian people, determine what the harms are that you want to mitigate. It might be election interference. It might be public health misinformation. It might be gender-based violence. It might be scams. It might be youth well-being, harms to youth mental health, right? Psychosocial harm. Whatever those harms are, the Parliament determines what those harms are. You then go to the platforms and you say, right, these are the harms, you mitigate them. You mitigate them, you tell us how you are mitigating them. Are you dealing with deepfake interference? Are you dealing with algorithmic bias? Are you dealing with recommender systems, or with slop, or with foreign interference? Why are your monetization systems incentivizing this? How are you turning those things off, dialing them down? And then, right after doing that, you then empower civic groups and regulators to mark their homework. Right now, they mark their own homework and they come to the Australian Parliament and say, look how great we are. Look, we've taken down 700 million accounts, is what Meta said to us, in 1 quarter. As if, job done, aren't we great? And we were like, well, what's the denominator? Is it 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion?
How did you miss?
No idea.
How did you miss 400 posts from two websites in one week?
Ultimately,
one spot in Vietnam.
Ultimately, we need to go there. As a middle power, this is challenging for us because these companies are protected. Right? They've got the biggest bodyguard in the world protecting them in the US president and his administration. But we need, as a middle power, we've seen how effective we can be with regards to the social media ban. I strongly, strongly believe that we need to continue forming those kinds of partnerships, coalitions, right, around the world with like-minded countries and drive this forward, because we can't be in a situation where we are beholden to these companies and they are running.
I'm just going to stop you there. I've got Mr. Small on the phone. I just want to give him the opportunity to ask some questions.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just one question, if I can, and I'll address it to both senators. In the context of your investigations and report, the difference between disinformation and misinformation, do you think it's actually important, or should the whole spectre of information that is not correct, whether intentionally or otherwise, be just thrown in one bucket?
I think Michelle probably want to answer this as well. Obviously, disinformation is what the World Economic Forum have said 2 years in a row is the biggest threat to humanity. And biggest long-term threat to humanity is disinformation coupled with the physical effects of climate change. I think that's what you need to target, because that's where it's generated, and it's generated because it's deceptive and it's not true. And there's agendas attached to it. Of course, when that gets shared, people share it without understanding it's wrong. That's misinformation, and that's obviously very common. So I think you do need to distinguish between the two. And in terms of how you do that, for example, on the social media platforms, is you look at whether it's inauthentic behaviour or not, and that needs a much stronger definition as to what it's already got. And by that, I mean you clearly, there's a massive amount of fake activity on social media to try and generate like the look of a grassroots groundswell, community outrage on a particular issue. These social media companies can detect whether these things are bots and trolls. They can. They have the ability to do that. We don't. Intelligence agencies might, but once again, we don't. So once again, they're the gatekeepers, and they're not being regulated.
And they're not telling us how much money they're making from this content, these content creators, whether they be coordinated networks or just individuals who are trying to make a buck around the world. They don't tell us how many networks, how many pages, how many accounts. They want us talking about content moderation and censorship, but that's not where we need to go. We need to go systemically upstream to the kind of financial and technical architecture that they have created that fuels this kind of material.
I've got two questions I'd like to ask, if that's okay. Did your committee, in terms of disclosure, right, you mentioned Australians for Prosperity, they registered as a significant third party, and we found out 6 months later. Did your committee sort of apply the key changes coming in from the 1st of January 2027 in regards to new electoral laws and disclosures to that example? Like, would disclosure be a lot quicker under the new laws? Is that something that you considered?
Yeah. No, we didn't, Chair.
Okay.
No, and we did try to call Australians for Prosperity, but they were unavailable.
Okay. My understanding is that it might be quicker, but I just wanted to see if that's something you would, but I'll verify
It's
that.
a good point, but I don't know the answer to
okay.
that.
Pete, can we just mention the ad libraries and the content libraries? It's just technical stuff, but it was raised by so many witnesses.
Perhaps after. I think it's a good idea.
The second, I just want your opinion based on the evidence you've received. It's been something that I've been thinking about since getting evidence on this committee, is just the definition of electoral matter. Like, what is it now in a world where we have influencers, podcasters, AI slot being able to be generated? Is that something that this committee should consider and the government should perhaps update? But also, so what is electoral matter? But also the length of time that it's regulated, right? You mentioned before, Senator Wish-Wilson, that with tools like AI, you could just bombard,
100%.
and with the distribution channel of social media, which is very cost effective, you could bombard electorates and voters with information for relatively low cost for 2 or 3 years, or 2 years before the regulated period starts. So do you think that the period of regulation and the definition of electoral matter needs review in the context of how society consumes information now?
I think with electoral matter, I would just sound a note of caution here, because this, again, has shades of content moderation. Right, which is kind of, and we spent ages, so much time in this committee debating what misinformation is, what disinformation is. I mean, there are already definitions the AEC has on misinformation, disinformation, but that's not the point. The point is we need transparency. We need labeling of AI-generated content. We need to know where the stuff is coming from. So I would actually argue it's less about the definition of an electoral matter, because I think you're going to go down a rabbit hole and end up debating for hours on end, which is going to go nowhere, on content, the type of content. That's not the point. The point is identify the risk. What is the risk here? And what is the issue? The issue, I think, is one of misleading and deceptive content that may be coming from a coordinated source, like in a disinformation campaign. And if that's the case, then we need transparency, we need labeling, we need to actually hold these social media companies to account.
Well, I have a slightly different view to the previous deputy chair on that. I think we did recommend, the Australian Greens did recommend that we did look at this matter of what is an electoral matter, and we recommended the ACT model, and I'd have to find that for you.
ACT model.
Find the chair, yeah. I think it's one of our recommendations, but I do feel like this is the elephant in the room, really, for the next election. Like, if we just look at election advertising, whether it's on TV or whether it's at the cinema or whether it's on our Meta accounts, and it's authorised and we have real-time disclosure if corporations are funding it, etc. That's one thing. But if we're getting flooded with, millions of posts by fake accounts, that is essentially looking exactly like a Hollywood-produced election advertising campaign. They're already doing that now. Not to mention all the deep fake stuff like the Anthony Albanese's press conferences all around Parliament House that you could not have told the difference between real one and the fake ones that were produced, saying things that were completely wrong. We have to grapple, and the deputy chairs provided a way forward, but I do think we do need to have this discussion very, very soon, because this is already. I mean, obviously,
It's already out. The genie.
John Howard's old saying, "You can't fatten a pig on market day." I mean, the election campaign's well and truly begun. One Nation's rise in the polls is a really good example of that.
Yeah.
I think we do need to decide whether it's just a period of time going into an election when we need to have a lens applied to this kind of material. How you do that's another matter, as Michelle said, but we do need to have this discussion because I think this is what Australians are asking themselves now. They're getting flooded with this slopaganda. It's really good. It's really professional content.
Yeah.
There's potentially millions of dollars behind it, being made out of it or funding it. We've seen, the Epstein leaks where Steve Bannon phoned Clive Palmer. Of course, Clive Palmer wouldn't disclose the conversation, but what was in those leaks was Steve Bannon saying, "You give me $1 billion and I'll smash the two-party system." Well, Days of Thunder, we'll flood the room like we've done in the US. This has worked really well for Trump in the US, this kind of model of flooding the room with just a lot of slop and a lot of disinformation. Unfortunately, it's on us now, and it's only going to get a hell of a lot worse.
So there's also this paradox in Australia where a survey was done by the University of Canberra last year, which found that Australians out of 42 countries have the highest worry regarding misinformation, right? Out of 42 countries, we rank number one. Yet also Australians tend to avoid the news for lots of reasons, particularly young people less than 35. So this news avoidance that people have, and it's because of the negativity, relentless negativity on traditional news, has basically meant that Australians are also highly vulnerable to misinformation and disinformation. Because if the only way you're going to get your news, particularly if you're a young person, is by scrolling social media, you're only ever going to encounter mostly AI slop and, or, kind of partisan polarizing content, or you're going to be only occasionally, incidentally receiving media from a reputable source. Just, incidental exposure to media.
We're just at midday here. I'm going to just go through each of the members here to see if they have any final questions that they might want to ask. I'll start with the deputy. Start with Senator Brown. You good? Yep. Deputy Chair.
Yeah, I keep on coming back to people understanding the source of the information that they're observing or having presented to them. And in terms of a process of disclosure and requirement of the social media companies to do that, do you see that as a requirement for there to be a disclosure as a part of what's being presented and a requirement to monitor that by the social media companies?
And a process where the social media companies will have to respond to that. Because right now, Richard, if you were to get flooded, let's say this is a month out from election, you were to get flooded with AI slopaganda, promoting One Nation, for example, and you were to then contact the tech platforms or go to ACMA as a regulator and say, who's behind all this shit? Pardon my French. The social media companies are under no obligation to respond. In fact, under the current code, they don't respond to individual posts. It's really, really restricted as to what they have to respond to. That's got to change. They've got to be accountable. Anyone who complains about the content they're receiving, they've got to be able to explain why they haven't taken it down and where it's coming from. They have the technology to do that. So yes, there needs to be disclosure, but there needs to be a process where citizens and senators and everyone else can hold the social media companies to account, because it's going to be very difficult for us to work out the motivations, who's behind these influence campaigns or interference campaigns, to put JSCEM's terms of reference in really clear perspective here. The social media platforms have the ability to do that. Surely, yes, they're under the pump. Michelle's right. I think they've taken down over 1 billion inauthentic accounts around the world.
You'll read this report, and it's a fraction out of the billions of
AI can generate it faster than they
there.
can take it down. It is infinite industrial scale.
But they don't want to. It's because it makes them
profit
money.
from it.
No,
They profit from it.
I understand what you're saying in that context, and just then to a process of how we as a community or society provide the overlay. You talked about security agencies having the capacity to review this and how we know exactly what the companies are doing or not doing. My preference, I suppose, is that in preserving our democracy needs to play a part or have a role in actually asking these questions and providing this information. So how and so therefore parliamentary oversight is the ultimate process there. How might that manifest, if you like? Because you know it's a big task, and we all understand the.
It's a whole of society effort, actually. I mean, I think.
But again,
you know,
we are the ones representing the whole of society in that sense, and so you know you can say we'll appoint a committee. We are the committee. So how does it manifest in that sense? Because I think we all have an interest in this.
Yeah,
all of us might be from different perspectives, but we all have an interest in this if we want a properly functioning democracy.
I mean, you can have committees, you know, galore, but at the end of the day, if the committees, you know, aren't getting the information from trusted civic groups or from competent regulators who have the means to compel these mega companies, right, multinational behemoths, to provide this sort of information, you're going to be in the dark.
And AI can actually be used to detect AI, of course, so there is that two-edged sword that we need to get more into detail. But I suppose, given the lack of time, Michelle, I'd say this is something JSCAM, I think, needs to play a role in. We don't know the answers, and the fact that none of us know the answers is not good enough. We need to work out a plan for this, because if we don't win this war, we lose everything.
We lose everything, and it's not just democracy at stake. It's, I mean, you know, I'm a former doctor. There's public health ramifications here. We're already seeing vaccine hesitancy. Measles is back, for goodness sake. You know, diphtheria is back.
Senator Hodges-May,
And given extremism, perhaps on notice, if there are any other jurisdictions that are getting this stuff right, that we should be referring to, engaging with, calling as witnesses. I suspect it's in a very lengthy report, but really grateful for your time today and for the enormous amount of work you put into this. It does sound like the biggest threat facing us ahead of the 2028 election, based on what we've heard.
Well, who knows what 2 years' time's a long time in this world that we live in now.
Well, as you said, it's already started. Dr. Owen?
No, thank you. I don't have anything more.
Mr. Small?
Thank you for taking an interest.
Yeah, and happy for it to be on notice too. If either of the senators could point to any good evidence they took in terms of resolving the sort of dilemma between a genuinely held belief and deliberate disinformation, because finding that threshold at law would be very difficult in terms of the deceptive conduct that Senator, I can't remember who said that. Someone said that. So on notice is fine, Chair, in interest of time. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your attendance and evidence here today. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist with you answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Once you've received the transcript, you're asked to provide responses to any questions on notice within 2 weeks. Please forward these and any additional information that has been requested to the Secretariat. The Secretariat will confirm these arrangements when distributing the transcript, and please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. I thank you both for your work previously in your select committee, but also for your time here today.
Thank you, Chair, and consider it duly hand passed.
Thank you, colleagues.
Awesome. Yeah, talk about a hospital pass. My gosh. Yeah.
They're not the embargo.
Well, if you table it, it goes. If it's under embargo, then not right now.
If it's forwarded to the committee as a submission under an embargo, we can treat it that way.
We can treat it as correspondence as well.
Yeah.
And then it'll stay within the committee. Yep. Mr. Thomas Chick. Yeah, something. I now welcome Mr. Thomas Chick to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thomas Chick, submission 235, private capacity.
Thank you, Mr. Chick. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you for the invitation, and welcome to Tasmania, or welcome home as the case may be. This process has been disappointing for me personally. When the Labor government was re-elected last year with a significantly increased majority, I expected a level of boldness that, with a few slim exceptions, hasn't really panned out. Back in February, the Special Minister of State limits the possibility of expanding the Parliament to the minimum legal increase, and a month later the Prime Minister rules it out entirely. And I get it, there are increasing internal and external pressures on the economy and our democracy. Turns out, get this, most people don't live in Australia, and they're coming up with new people all the time, so it should come as no surprise that more external events occur. For better or for worse, more people can do more things. You can improve the representation of the nation, spread the load around, try to achieve better outcomes for everyone, or, well, this inquiry has received plenty of evidence about what happens when you put more people out the front of a polling place, and I had a perfectly pleasant time, so I'm not going to add to that pile. But I would say that if any cohort were to be unexpectedly aggressively advocating for a particular party or candidates, never mind who, I would expect that to be thoroughly investigated. In fact, far from being a hyper-partisan witch hunt, that's the bare minimum I would expect. But I digress. At this point, I'll be happy if I can get the little things. Savings provisions in the House, and 2 weeks of early voting for everybody, which already functionally exists, so we might as well acknowledge it instead of burying our heads in the sand. Before I do take questions, I note that the ACT model of electoral matter was brought up towards the end of that last session. Funnily enough, the ACT's equivalent of the Electoral Matters Committee, the Standing Committee on the Integrity Commission and Statutory Office Holders, reading last night, they released their investigation into the 2024 election back in June, and their recommendation was that they should take the Commonwealth model of electoral matter, as opposed to the other way around. With that, I am ready for questions.
Okay. Thanks for your time today and for your submissions. I found them a very interesting read. We've received a lot of evidence in regards to increasing the size of Parliament on the basis of the population, but various mechanisms for doing that. You've recommended the increase to the number of senators per state to 18, which is at the top end of some of the suggestions this committee's received. Can I ask why you've gone, I guess, for what would be the maximum of the suggestion we've received?
When it was last reduced, came down to around 100,000 per seat, and I think that's about right. Also, the smaller you go, the faster it becomes a problem again. That's basically it.
Can you define what you mean by a problem, right? Because I'm thinking the counter view here, right? Like and this is what I suppose this committee has to do. We have to hear those who believe we should increase the Parliament, and we also need to give thought about those who don't. Can you help define the problem with the current level of representation that we've got?
The problem is that there's a certain level of engagement with an MP that you can only really get as the seats get smaller, and if you only increase the Parliament by a little, then you're not really shrinking the size of the seats. And so very quickly, I think works out to about a decade, we're back where we started again with the same size of seats. And at that point, why even make the change?
And what are the benefits of shrinking the seats to voters?
To voters, better access, ideally, to MPs and senators. If I should say, I'm not someone who particularly engages with my MP or senators, but sort of hard to say. I
guess maybe what benefits do better access bring to the community?
Better access means that it is easier to be heard. I get the feeling from everything that I have been hearing that it is increasingly hard to even feel like you are being heard by your representative. And I think it is important to improve that. It's distressing.
Did anyone have any questions on the size of Parliament before we move on to the next?
I'll ask a couple in terms of that. So your view is that going to 18 provides you more headroom for further increases in the House of Representatives and not having to trigger the nexus provisions, and so it gives a more lasting time frame for that particular reform. And 18 is also a number which I think in your submission talks about having an odd number of senators elected at each cycle, which also has an impact on the representative structure within this Parliament itself.
That's basically correct, yes.
Okay. In terms of the size of the House of Reps seats, what would you see as an optimum number of voters? What's a is there anything else in the research that you've done that says, from other jurisdictions, for example, that says this is a reasonable number?
I really do think when we got down to around about 100,000 back in, what was it, 1984, that was about right and has stayed about right. And these things don't happen particularly often because, well, there's not a lot of political will behind it. And so it just balloons out, and eventually you have to bring it back down to size.
In terms of, say, going to 18 seats, which would significantly reduce the quota required to get elected.
Particularly bad at the double dissolution.
Well, I mean, so that's my question, was where I was going with my question, and you say particularly bad at a double D, but I suppose it goes to the hurdle to get elected.
Yes.
And do you have a view on the desirability or otherwise of a hurdle? I mean, we see the quote, and let's use the example of Tasmania's lower house, which has a lower quota for election with the recent return to a 35-seat parliament, 7 per electorate versus the current 6. It does make a difference as to who sits around the chamber.
It does, yes.
Should there be a hurdle at which, and this would apply to some of the voting systems in the House of Representatives as well, to actually becoming a representative? Or is representative democracy taking what comes and the people decide?
I think it might be taking what comes. In my ideal world, the nexus provision of the Constitution wouldn't be there. That's not going to happen. Unless you, as I allude to at the end of my supplementary submission, unless you completely start from scratch on the Constitution, some of these problems are intractable. Yeah.
So, in terms of, sorry, Richard, you talked about the nexus position. So, are you in your ideal? Were you thinking that we have all 18 senators out at the same time?
18. Electing all 18 at once is a very, very silly idea to do regularly. My ideal world is that I think we'd stay at 12 senators and just increase the House, but that's not going to happen. So I don't think about it too hard.
Okay, well that which gives me a bit of an idea in terms of my hurdle question too, because it comes back in terms of what the scale of the Parliament is, and therefore, well, in your ideal terms.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair.
Do you? I just wanted to ask a question around 4-year terms. Your position on that? You're against 4-year terms?
I don't think it actually solves a problem. Is the thing the business swells to fill the year?
Which I loved reading. That was great.
The business swells to fill the term. You probably don't actually get all that much more done, and I think the idea that things slow down towards the end of the term is a little overblown.
But do you support fixed terms?
No.
So, and have you had a look at other states around Australia? I mean, most of them, they're probably all 4-year terms.
Is it fixed here in Tassie?
No, it's not.
It depends.
It's 4-year terms, but it's not fixed.
Okay.
Had about 3 the last.
Some of them are, some of them aren't. Tasmania isn't fixed, and the particular system that is used for the lower house and realistically has to be used for the lower house, because we're not fitting 35 individual seats into this state. That's not going to work. It tends towards minority governments. And minority governments are, I hate to say it because it can work, tend to be less stable, and so are more prone to collapsing in the middle of the term, and so you have to go to an election anyway.
Mr. Chick, sorry, just going back to your opposition to 4-year terms, have you conducted a lot of research in this area, or is this just your gut feeling?
It's just a gut feeling, really. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Hodgins-May, Dr. Ryan, do you have a question?
Not on Parliament size.
Okay. Dr. Ryan, do you have anything on Parliament size?
Mr. Chick, would you have any suggestions for how, thank you for your evidence, for how one could successfully socialise the idea of having 18 senators from a state the size of Tasmania to the rest of the country?
Very, very
The
difficult.
Constitution?
It's the vibe of the thing.
Yeah.
Wrong with Bishop all over again.
My feeling is that at some point you just do it and accept that people aren't going to like it and are probably going to hit you for it at the next election.
Well, that's how all the others have been done.
Yes.
Hawke went backwards in '84 after he did it, so you're probably spot on there, Mr. Chick.
That's right. Yes, that's right.
which a particularly hard pill to swallow in the current electoral environment. Yeah.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is you need a really strong prerogative for a change of that significance to justify the additional cost to the Commonwealth and to the taxpayer of having that significant increase in the number of representatives, particularly from the smaller states.
That is the problem, yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Small, do you have any questions on Parliament size?
No, thanks, Chair.
Okay. Senator Hodgins-May, did you want to ask a question on something else?
Look, just I know that around voter confusion, informal voting and voter confusion, do you think there is a broader role for civics or do you think the AEC is properly resourced to do this in your opinion?
Absolutely. The state of civics education and the previous iteration of this committee took a bunch of evidence on it. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. I think the last formal civics education that I received was in Year 6, and that was basically in Canberra. So, yes, I do think strongly that an improvement needs to be made there.
And maybe this does feed into the previous question, but do you think that AEC is resourced to do this, or are they resourced to properly handle complex distributions, especially potentially related to the increase of the size of Parliament in future, as you've put the case for?
Time is the problem. These redistributions take longer and longer to produce very similar results to what went in to begin with. They just need more time, really. The resourcing probably would help, but only to a certain point. It really is time.
Yeah, and I suppose one of you're not in support of fixed-term elections, but I think we have heard evidence that would provide the AEC potentially more time and stability to be organising for the upcoming election. And I suppose, do you have, beyond ballot design and voting rules, are there any other barriers that you think are preventing people, including people with disability, multicultural communities, from participating?
Fixed terms are all well and good for the AEC until there's a minority government that collapses and we go to an early election anyway, because unless we amend the Constitution, and we're probably not going to amend the Constitution, the Governor-General can be called up in order to dissolve the Parliament anyway. Sorry, remind me the rest of your question there?
Just whether you thought there were other barriers that could be prevented, could be removed to allow fuller participation and correct ballot filling out.
The trouble with ballots, really, is that everywhere has something slightly different. And I am not saying that we should force everywhere to focus on the same ballot designs. That's not really going to work. But just recently, I was looking at the Tasmanian state election. As Senator Colbeck said, we recently moved up from 5x5 to 5x7. That's 5 seats, the same as the federal seats, each electing 7 members. And what I found was that the instructions change from number 1 to 5 to number at least 7. And you don't get confusion at 5. The point at the graph at which it spikes because people have only numbered up to 5. It doesn't spike there, really. It spikes at 6. And it spikes at 6 because that's what you're told to do in the Senate. It's completely different times that these things are happening. 2024, there was an election, still a spike at 6, even though nowhere near a federal election. In 2025, spike at 6 again. The barrier really is that, and it's okay that it's this way, but everywhere has a slightly different system and people are going to get confused. And there's not a whole lot you can do about that, but let them back into the process if it's clear that they've been confused.
Did you want to
So that goes to-
detail the saves?
That's the savings measure you're talking about.
Yes, yes. Basically, the idea is that you let House of Representatives ballots exhaust, like in the Senate, and you let them number up to 6 if there's more than 7 candidates on the ballot, and just sort of keep telling them to number all of them, because ideally we want everyone to make the strongest vote that they possibly can, but not everyone's going to do that, and it's usually not their fault.
Does that create a potential issue with certain parties or a party suggesting that people vote in accordance with the savings provision?
Oh, you discourage it in the legislation. And I think there are a number of, I think New South Wales possibly has it in their legislation that you aren't allowed to advocate for the absolute minimum, but I can't recall off the top of my head.
So you insert a mechanism to discourage the potential manipulation of the savings
Yes,
measure
basically.
for political advantage.
Yes.
Okay.
I think you're right, Mr. Chick, in identifying that people are just using the Senate rules across
Yes.
to the House of Reps. And there was an example at the last election which was reported upon where AEC officials were reported to be saying you just need to number 1 to 6 on both ballot papers rather than, and so the Senate informal rate was like 2%, but at that booth, but the House of Reps informal rate was like 90% at that very small booth, and it didn't matter in terms of the outcome of the election. But is it a matter of education at the polling booth, or you mentioned civics? Is that, or is the fact that there's 2 sets of rules on 2 different papers the problem?
There's a related problem here, which is that ultimately almost the entire election workforce is going to be casual workers employed for just this one event. And as such, if the instructions handed down to them aren't quite correct, then the instructions handed to the voter won't be quite correct. And you can reinforce the instructions that you're giving to the workers, but that can only go so far. I have certainly heard of, and I don't have direct evidence to suggest it, but I certainly have heard of issuing officers saying just number 1 to 6 above the line, even though you need to number at least 6, and then you can keep going. These things happen, and it's just a matter of reinforcement, basically.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Does anyone else have any further questions? Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Chick?
No.
Okay.
No, I think that's about it.
Really appreciate your time today. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist with you answering questions taken on notice, and you'll have the opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Once you've received the transcript, you're asked to provide any responses within 2 weeks and forward these to the Secretariat as required. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. I now suspend proceedings until 1:30 p.m. Thank you. I might reopen the public hearing, and I now welcome Dr. Robert Hordle, Dr. Lachlan Johnson, and Mr. Doug Chipman to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Lachlan Johnson, and I'm appearing as a witness on behalf of our small team at the Tasmanian Policy Exchange at the University of Tasmania.
Thank you.
Robert Hordle, Deputy Director of the Tasmanian Policy Exchange, but I think we're all appearing in our individual capacities rather than representing the University of Tasmania.
Precisely.
Okay.
And Douglas Chipman, I'm also part of the Policy Exchange team as a PhD candidate.
Thank you, Douglas. Although the committee does not require you all to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this is a hearing, that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to each make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. So, over to you, Robert.
Thank you. I'll kick off very briefly just by talking about the importance of fixed-term parliaments, which is something I'm sure that you've heard in other places, but something that we wanted to reiterate support for. So, of course, Tasmania and the Commonwealth are now the only jurisdictions in Australia that don't have fixed parliamentary terms. In terms of quickly the advantages of fixing terms, it means that governments know how long they have to implement their agenda, provides greater business confidence because they have an understanding of how long a government has in its term. Similarly for the public service, their ability to plan without fear of sudden change. Parliamentary committees, of course, can carry out their inquiries without untimely interruptions. And it's very beneficial for electoral administrators not to have to organise snap elections. And finally, a sometimes overlooked point is that fixed-term parliaments create an important degree of equity for minor party and independent candidates because these are often the candidates that don't have the resources of the major parties. They need longer to prepare their campaigns. So, for example, at a state level, the 2024 Tasmanian snap election, we saw quite a decent chunk of independent candidates who'd been planning to run, but when the election was brought forward so rapidly, they were in no position to be able to do so. So there's an interesting democratic narrowing there. Of course, some disadvantages. We can get stuck with an unworkable parliament, but we don't believe that is an insurmountable issue. There are various provisions for dissolving a parliament if things become unworkable that can be put in place. And there's also an argument that fixed-term parliaments can prevent governments from testing the appetite for a major reform. For example, Howard calling the early election to test the GST. So that was the main thing I wanted to put forward. I'll hand over to Lockie.
Sure. Thanks very much for having me and all of us. It's a real pleasure to be here, and hopefully we can help the committee today. I thought I would just, if you like, briefly run through, I suppose, the couple of issues that I had in mind, and then we can either have and Doug will give his statement, of course. We can either have just a broader discussion or ask specific questions about those. The things I was interested in particular are, and I understand you've been looking at this already, misinformation and disinformation questions, and particularly this issue around truth in political advertising legislation. I know that's been something that's come up before the committee already. Personally, I'm quite sceptical that truth in political advertising laws achieve the things that they set out to achieve and satisfy the desires of the people who advocate for them. I think it's a kind of legislation that generally the problems that people imagine it will solve aren't the kinds of things that it can do. So usually, I think these laws don't achieve what people hope they will. Partly this is because there's a very, very high bar to achieve a conviction or an outcome under these laws. And also the penalties are usually quite low as well. So there's not a huge disincentive. I think in South Australia it's something like $5,000 for individuals and $20,000 for parties. So it's not an enormous financial disincentive. And just usually when these things come up, the kind of text that we talk about is something like the South Australian legislation. So what we've got is person authorises or permits publication of an electoral advertisement that contains a statement purporting to be a statement of fact that is inaccurate or misleading to a material extent. So I think there's a huge number of ways that the vast majority of political communications that people worry about fall well short of that standard. I think very little political communication misleads to a material extent. It can only be in the context of a formal, endorsed, authorised electoral advertisement. It has to be a statement purporting to be a statement of fact, not an opinion or a prediction. So I think usually the kinds of statements that people raise in discussions about TIPA laws are almost never the kind of things that would be justiciable under that legislation. We can come back to some of the other issues with these. My other kind of interest, and noting that it would also be great to discuss the sort of size and composition of Parliament and whether there's a case for, I suppose, particular special interest electorates. So rather than expanding the size of the Parliament drastically, having electorates not unlike they do in New Zealand local government for particular groups, and in particular Indigenous Australians. So in New Zealand local governments, many councils have Maori wards, and I think that there's an interesting case to be made for a similar structure in our Commonwealth Parliament here. My final one is maybe sort of, I guess, probably pushing the boundaries of terms of reference a little bit, but about...
Don't forget, we've got one that says, and all other matters.
And all other matters.
All other
Great.
matters.
Which we usually
This is another matter. But gambling, and particularly prediction markets in elections. Yeah. So there was kind of a small number of interesting, bit of interesting engagement in prediction markets at the 2025 election, and potentially I think that could be read as a bit of a watershed. The 2024 election in the States was the same. But there was several $1 million in the market for who would actually win the election. Of much bigger concern, I think, are smaller and more niche prediction markets about particular activities, statements, behaviours that politicians might or might not make that really open themselves to concerning abuse and can distort people's behaviour in electoral campaigns. So I think it'd be really interesting to touch on that as well. So there's these issues of the fact that, small or thin prediction markets can be very easily distorted, and that can change people's perception of the, probabilities or likelihoods of outcomes relative to other measures like opinion polling. But yeah, this probably much more concerning issue of prediction markets about, will X candidate use such and such a word in their speech or something, which can be very easily or very tempting to abuse. And we've seen a lot of cases in the United States, for example, where, Congress people, members of state assemblies, election officials, public servants have been fined or booted off these platforms for abusing prediction markets and trying to make money by sort of manipulating prediction markets. So I think it would be naive to think that that's either not happening here or won't be a big issue in the near future.
Thanks, Lachlan.
Sorry, that's pretty more than 3 minutes. Sorry, Doug.
That's okay. Well, thank you, Chair. I'll take advantage of the other matters part of your remit, and particularly it applies to your standing remit, certainly. That my first concern is about communities of interest during electoral redistributions, and by way of background, I made a submission to the most recent redistribution committee to Tasmania for radical redistribution, which was largely adopted, which I was delighted to see, but I thought I'd share with you some of the underlying principles behind those arguments. Section 73 of the Electoral Act rightly requires the distribution committees to consider communities of interest alongside numerical quality and geographic area. One important expression of a community identity is a local government area, and that's not specifically mentioned, although civic participation is one of the criteria that comes up in the Act. I'm not suggesting that council boundaries should override the principle of electoral equality. Rather, the committee may wish to consider that wherever practicable, maintaining the integrity of local government areas is very important as a consideration in designing federal boundaries, electoral boundaries. I was very pleased to see that the most recent distribution in Tasmania has resulted in every single local government area in Tasmania lock, stock and barrel in one federal electoral division.
Yep.
And I think that has enormous advantages for representation, for building relationships between, for example, local civic officials, mayors, councillors and the federal representative. And in many ways, local government areas are very much a partner with federal government in terms of delivering programs. And to be able to achieve that outcome certainly is very powerful in that sense. Second observation concerns the naming of our electoral divisions, and the principles governing electorate names have evolved over many years and have successfully recognised distinguished Australians as well as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander names. I believe there's now an opportunity to broaden those principles further by recognising Aboriginal nations as a legitimate source of electorate names, where that would provide a stronger historical and cultural connection with the electorates. For example, the new electorate in southeastern Tasmania, I proposed that the name Peredaramee be adopted because that's the name of the Aboriginal nation, that Oyster Bay Nation, that largely shared the boundaries of the new electorate. And it would have been a very, very neat connection, I think, to have named it that way. This proposal would not replace existing naming conventions, rather it would complement them by acknowledging that enduring communities and peoples can also provide appropriate and commemorative identities for the electoral divisions. So both suggestions seek to strengthen the relationship between Australia's electoral framework and the communities they represent.
Great, thanks very much for your evidence there. Do we have any, just checking, do we have anyone online? Yes, we do. Okay, great. I had a question in regards to the fixed term. Just to clarify, are you proposing a 3-year fixed term or a 4-year fixed term?
I think ideally 4-year fixed term would be great, but I understand that would need a referendum, I believe, because the 3 years is mandated. So I think 3-year fixed terms as an intermediate kind of start would be a good start.
Through legislation, but obviously still with the provisions of the Governor-General and with, if there's no constitutional change, then, so you're sort of setting as a guide, which I think is evidence we've received, where the Prime Minister can still call an early election, but it would be... Yeah,
it sounds like you're talking a bit about like the WA model. So they have kind of a default election date within their 4-year period. Technically, the Premier can still call an election within that period when they want to, but it's kind of this important signalling device. And they actually haven't had an early election, I don't think, since that provision was brought in. Okay.
And you're suggesting a similar model for a 3-year term, but ideally 4 years. Why 4 years over 3 years?
4 years is the standard across Australian states at the moment. 3 years is one of the shorter electoral terms that we would see globally. You know, the UK has 5 years, of course. 3 years is pretty rapid for the federal level, where often the policy programs that we're trying to implement are really large-scale, national, systemic. So I think it's important for voters to have a bit more of a chance to see those things play out before they're asked to come back to the polls and have a verdict on them.
Do you think Australians have the appetite for another referendum?
No, not at the moment.
Okay. Did anyone have any questions on fixed terms? Or just
Hi, hello. Thank you. Thanks for your time. What's your suggestion regarding fixed terms about how we deal with the nexus between the House and the Senate?
Yeah, that's probably one I'd have. That's probably one I'd have to take on notice and look at models from elsewhere.
Yeah, it does pose big challenges having having to potentially sort of stagger House and Senate elections. Obviously, this is something that's happened in Australia in the past. We haven't always had House and Senate elections aligned. It does also, it's probably too much to call it kind of a risk of constitutional crisis, but the way that our House and Senate elections work currently without a fixed term, even on the 3-year term, does pose a bit of a risk in situations where if, you know, a House and Senate are elected and the House needs to go to an election earlier, or we have a normal election where half of the Senate is re-elected, but then in the interim between the House term and the fixed Senate term, there's a double dissolution trigger. I think there are potentially risks there about having 2 duly elected Senates and not knowing really which to seat. So it's, you know, maybe less of a constitutional issue than a political and representation issue in that sort of situation. So, I mean, I think having a fixed term in the House could help resolve some of those sort of risks as well.
But have you turned, sorry, I'm just clarifying. So have you turned your mind to senators being 8 years?
No, this is still within a 3-year.
Yeah. So if we were, I think that was the question, do you think there's appetite for senators to have an 8-year term, which I think is the case in New South Wales on 4-year fixed terms. Their upper house has 8 years. Yeah.
To me, instinctively, it feels too long. I mean, like Rob, I'd have to check whether there's a sort of strong political science literature on the impact of an 8-year term on sort of, you know, churn and that sort of thing. But I feel that 8 years is probably a bit much.
The issue comes back to effectively you're doing a double D, and removing the cyclical process of a half Senate election on a and therefore the formation and the structure of the way the Senate works is you're removing that element of the Constitution by going to a 4-year term in the same way as the House does. And we were talking earlier in the day in respect of the quota required for the election of a senator. And so it really does change that dynamic significantly in terms of an electoral process if it's done on a full cycle. I mean, as a senator, I'm cognizant of the point that's being made in terms of the 8-year term versus a 6-year term. However, Canada is probably the example in that sense where they do have 8-year terms, seemingly without too much of a hassle. But it does change the dynamic of the electoral process quite significantly if you take away that half Senate election, and if it's 12 senators or however many senators, depending on the nexus provisions. So, you know, if we're talking about increasing the size of the parliament as well, which is also part of the remit, having to increase the size of the Senate accordingly, unless you remove the nexus provision, and goes to your point about a referendum. You're talking about a really major upheaval in the way our electoral system works. And so the possibility of that occurring becomes, I think, really quite difficult. And, you know, we had a suggestion this morning of 18 senators. Well, the quota for that would be very small. And I think it would be a very interesting parliament to be a part of. If you're electing 18 senators from each state as part of a process, it would really change the dynamic of the parliament. And possibly even work against, I mean, I'm giving my own evidence now, but against the intent of a 4-year term, because getting things done, and we see that here in Tassie, where you've got a much lower quota required to get representation in the lower house, and the diversity that demonstrates in the way our parliament currently sits. And yeah, I'm just curious to your reaction to all of those sorts of things.
A couple of quick things there. I mean, in my view, a diversity in Parliament is a good thing. I know it poses challenges in terms of passing legislation, but it's something we talk about in Tassie a lot with the kind of distinct trend towards minority government at the moment. Minority government isn't in itself inherently a bad thing. It's how it's approached as a parliament. So there are plenty of examples globally where we have a parliamentary culture that is used to minority government, that therefore focuses more on collaborating across party lines and so on, whereas particularly in Tassie, we have a quite polarised system at the moment, so the two major parties are much less willing to work with the crossbench, and that makes minority government much more difficult. So a slight side note. Something else on the 8 years. Sorry?
I thought the Tasmanian government was a minority government,
Yeah.
working with the crossbench.
Well, sort of working, but I could go on about Tassie politics all day, but I know your remit is more federal. In terms of the 8-year terms for the Senate, it's not something I necessarily have an answer to, but an interesting point, and I could get the stats for this at some point for you if you want. There is a trend towards people leaving the Senate early, more so than there used to be. So we do have an increasing number of casual vacancy appointments in the Senate. So I don't know if that says something about contemporary politics and people not wanting to be in one job for as long, for example.
The average term for a senator, I think, across the entire parliamentary time is about 6.5 years.
Mm.
So there are some of us who have been around a while.
Yeah.
But there are also quite a few that haven't. If you look at that as the average term is a bit over 6.5 years.
We are seeing a gentle uptick in casual vacancy appointments, though.
Yep.
And if that were to continue, we'd, at the very extreme of it, be at risk of ending up with a more appointed House than a voted one. So it's just something to add into the discussion about the length of Senate term.
From my research, I think one of the main arguments against fixed terms at the 84 referendum was the 8-year Senate. But saying that, since then, obviously the states have brought it in, and those states that do have an upper house have managed that. Well, did you have a question, Senator Brown?
Not on this
No, okay.
issue.
Did you want to ask another issue?
I did want to just go back to Dr. Johnson was talking about truth in advertising.
I want to go there.
I'd like to ask your position. Do you think is there a problem with truth in advertising?
Yeah, I think there probably is, or whether it's a problem specifically in the kinds of advertising that would be covered by a law like this. There is, but I think it's probably more of a cultural and political problem than a legal problem, and it's something that I think we need to solve with a culture of truthfulness and accountability and honesty rather than legislated.
So have you turned? Have you turned your mind to what can be? You weren't particularly in favour of the legislation, but have you turned your mind to what other sorts of measures can be put in place to sort of counter this anti-truth in advertising?
I suppose it depends on the issue. I think obviously there are things that can be done about very specific sources of active mis or disinformation, but I'm not really sure that that's what we're talking about when we have this conversation about truth in political advertising. I think we all want more truthful political discourse and political advertising, but I'm just not convinced that we can solve that with legislation. And there are sort of a few other issues there. I mean, I think it's, to me, seems a quite risky and worrying game to put the sort of electoral commissions and judiciary in the position of determining what counts as a true statement. And I mean, we've seen in South Australia that I understand South Australians are mostly quite happy with that legislation. They like the way it works and they think it's a positive influence on their political culture. I think the South Australian Electoral Commissioner was announcing that they're going to have to double the staff that they assign to assessing truth in political advertising complaints. So it's becoming quite an expensive and challenging piece of administration to administer. It's potentially also becoming more prone to, vexatious is the wrong word, but I guess a kind of litigiousness in political advertising claims where it's sort of, you can complain about more and more and more political advertising, and I think the number of complaints is rising very rapidly in the South Australian and ACT models. But yeah, I think that
do you have any data?
Yeah, could you send us that, because that's not my recollection of the evidence we got from the South Australian Electoral Commission only a few months ago. They've got a team of 3 that do this, which I thought was pretty lean.
It's modest. I mean, it's
and from memory, they only received like 39 complaints at the last state election. So
what I saw in the reporting is more than that.
If
but I'll take that on notice.
Okay, right.
Yeah, that sounds closer.
7 verified or something of that nature.
Yeah, so there's a very small number of them and that's not necessarily because
maybe 39 went to like the next level of investigation. Yeah.
People getting used to what is in and what is out.
Yeah, exactly.
The
no, yeah, 80s. Truth in political advertising has been in the 80s in South Australia. I think it's all there.
It's been around for a long time. Yeah.
It's
reasonably recent in the ACT, but it's been around for quite a long time in South Australia.
It's interesting you mentioned the cultural impact of that law, because I think that's its true value, right? Like it's, I believe it's set up in a way that stops electoral participants even putting that information out there in the first place. Where I don't think it works in South Australia is, and it wouldn't work in a federal level, is for third parties, because they don't have that same accountability structure as a candidate. So you mentioned it's not a legislative one, but from what problem to fix, but from what I've seen, the evidence we got in South Australia, it was the legislation that created the culture. Do you think that could not be replicated federally?
That's entirely possible.
Okay.
If the legislation contributes to creating a culture of honesty and accountability, terrific. I just think the legislation itself applies to an extremely narrow range of political communication, and the parties and members would be aware of that. So I mean, anything that you would say in an interview or a doorstop, a lot of your social media, unless it's authorised by XYZ actual political campaign ads in social media, things that you say in speeches, things that you say in phone calls, things that you say on the radio, anything like that is not covered. And to me, I think that's so much of what people imagine a truth in political advertising law would solve. Like, I think if you talk to most people about what they think are their most concerning or most high profile cases of what an ordinary person might think of as kind of dishonest electoral campaigning, it's very rarely that kind of thing. It's it's predictions about what an opponent will do, it's promises about what you will do that might not come to pass. So I mean, those sorts of things are what I think most people imagine truth in political advertising legislation will address, and it just can't.
How would you define electoral matter?
Electoral matter?
Yeah, or political advertising. What is it?
I think inevitably it does have to be sort of paid for and by either, the person or the organisation, the political party, with a sort of authorised by, I don't think from a legislative perspective, I think it would be unworkable and really challenging to expand the definition beyond that.
So it's the
it's corporates and TV ads and exactly
social media ads that are paid.
Social media ads that are paid. Okay. I mean, there's obviously questions
a viral post by Joe Blogs. That's
no, exactly can't be cut. Yeah, and I mean, there's questions about expanding the definition of things like an authorised electoral ad to stuff like social media influencers and stuff like that. People who are promoting on behalf of or paid by a campaign. So there are certainly questions about whether certain types of political communication are in or out of the legislation definition used in South Australia and the ACT, but I don't think that expanding the definition would make it more workable. I think that would pose probably greater challenges.
And so for you, the crux is whether or not it's being paid for.
I think so, yeah.
Thank you. On that, we've heard this morning evidence around the increasing involvement of third-party entities. who in many instances, it's a bit murky, but we can see that they potentially have had funding from either from industry groups or from lobbying organisations that are choosing to push a specific issue. We heard this morning about Australians for Prosperity and the fact it's on record that they had several $1 million worth of support from Coal Australia. But the question's also been raised about other third-party groups that haven't been as forthcoming around the sources of their donations, and in fact, in some cases, haven't registered with the AEC at all. Under your model, how do we have any insight into or control over the messaging that they might be disseminating?
Yeah, to me, I think this is probably more an issue to be solved through kind of campaign finance changes to disclosure and transparency than to truth in political advertising legislation. So I think, giving people all of the information that they need to assess whether and why someone is making a claim, rather than a kind of narrower question about whether the claim itself is true under the definitions provided by this legislation. So I think broader and more accountable and transparent third-party disclosure rules and campaign expenditure rules, I'm absolutely all for that.
Mm-hmm. In real time, though, I guess one of the issues is that we have is that many of the organisations who are active in the 2025 election, we still don't have full disclosure around their funding sources and their expenditure.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, I think, is this right that the 25 election took place under the previous rules? So it'd be interesting to see whether the new donations disclosure regime makes a difference to that at the next federal election. But beyond that, I'm not sure that that's something that I'd support addressing with truth in political advertising legislation specifically. I mean, I think if after the next federal election we can see that we've still got big problems with real-time or near real-time disclosure, short-term, this kind of quite short window disclosure and transparency around funding and disclosure of campaign expenditure and so on, then absolutely that's something that needs to be revisited.
I think many of us anticipate that the next election and many of the issues that we saw last year will be worse, not better, and that the disclosure rules won't materially affect those. Can I ask you one thing? So, correct me if I'm wrong. Someone puts up an ad that says, I bite the heads off children, but it's appropriately authorised, and we've got an address in 1100 Collins Street from someone from a party that no one's ever heard of. You think that's okay? Let the record state, I do not bite the heads off children. But, you think that's okay because it's, this is my problem. People can say anything and do. Many people have no concern about the truth when it comes to what's said in and around election campaigns.
No, I agree. And I absolutely think that's a big problem. Again, I would love to hope that we can foster a political culture where that kind of political speech is less acceptable. But my concern is more that it's actually very easy to evade truth in political advertising legislation, and you could create an ad giving people exactly that impression without it falling foul of truth in political advertising legislation. So, I mean, there's plenty of ways to make very, very negative campaign statements or advertisements about an opponent that either, use a sort of prospective or hypothetical or opinion-based sort of formulation of a claim that wouldn't fall under the legislation, even in South Australia or the ACT where it's in force. So, I mean, I think if you can create a kind of culture of honesty and accountability using a legislative instrument, super. But I think that exactly this kind of thing, it's very unlikely that it actually would fall under that legislation. And even if it does, even in South Australia, you have to be able to demonstrate that it would affect the electoral outcome to a material extent, which again we're talking about a vanishingly rare number of instances. And there have been quite a few complaints that have been substantiated. The South Australian Electoral Commissioner has said, you need to retract this and apologise or something, and that's happened. In the cases where it's actually gone all the way to the court, very few complaints have been upheld. So I think, this cultural question is really important. I think that the actual achievements and constraints imposed by the legislative instrument are really, really minimal.
Mr. Small, did you have any questions?
No, thanks, Chair.
Was that no? No, okay. Mr. Chipman, just in regards to your comments about local government being within the federal electorates, have you considered how state electorate boundaries in other parts of Australia, would you give it the same weighting? Would you say that state electorates and local government electorates should be, wherever practical, in one federal electorate?
Yeah, look, I do think it should be nationally, but where practicable is a clear limitation, because some local government some electorates would have 5 or 6 local government areas in them.
Yep.
Some local government areas would have 2 or 3 electoral divisions in them. So it's not a hard and fast rule by a long shot, but I think it's an area where priority should be given to that thinking where it's possible.
Needs more weighting. Yep. Yep. Okay. And you mentioned the Indigenous nations. Just to clarify, so now the guidance is just Indigenous people, but not nations. Is that right? So you're just seeking that addition be made.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That was the only question I had.
Thanks.
Yep.
I want to go to, well, in terms of the panel's submission, other matters. And I just want to explore the issue of presence at polling booths, which is something that we've talked about. And I'm curious as to your views on the Tasmanian experience, where there are no people at polling booths on election day, and how you think that might impact on the outcomes of elections, because that would be the point of being there, is to have a presence, talk to the people coming to vote, the constituency coming to vote, offer them your electoral material, and I think the numbers are that sort of 15 to 17% of people turning up to a polling booth make their decision as they're going into the polling booth, so to grab your slice of that pie, so to speak. One of the things that we've talked about as a part of this particular inquiry is the number of people, the experience on a polling booth, which has varied significantly around the country. But how do you think the Tasmanian experience for state elections, where there's no electoral material or party political presence within 100 metres of a polling booth on election day, might translate? I'd be curious as to your reaction to that.
I'm not aware of any research into that, but it's an excellent question. All I can do is relate my own personal sense in voting in different types of elections, and I feel safer, I feel more in control of my own circumstances and what I intend to do when I'm voting in the Tasmanian system, where I'm not having to run the gauntlet through a whole raft of people throwing stuff in my face. That's a personal view. I'm not aware of any research on it, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think similarly, not aware of any academic research, but I am a fan personally of the Tasmanian approach of that kind of quiet voting, and I think there's a broader issue that you've identified there. If 15 to 17% are making up their mind at the polling booth, I think we'd be potentially trying to shift that through better civics education and so on, rather than relying on people getting the cards at the door. So I'd rather do the quiet voting thing and expand civics education, change the culture, try and make people more informed before they get to the booth.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, I think the research shows that a fairly large share of the electorate, but a very large share of undecided voters make up their mind at the booth. Personally, I actually find it sort of vibrant and exciting having, people buzzing around trying to throw how to vote cards at you and all of that kind of thing. And if you're a genuinely undecided voter, in the absence of, you know, any other information on which to base your vote, I sort of can't see why electoral materials at the booth are worse than any other source of information. I mean, obviously this is something that kind of empowers parties and very well organised and well funded candidates or parties with a lot of volunteers over, you know, independents and minor parties and smaller outfits. So that's a problem. But I don't know. I think it's fun.
I'd push back on that a little bit, Lockie. Just particularly thinking about diverse communities, people from or recently arrived Australians who've come from different systems where potentially they haven't been able to vote before, or voting has been sort of strictly controlled, and then, you know, coming into this Australian system where you do have a free vote and so on, you don't have to take the leaflets from the people at the door. Maybe you're from a system where if you don't take the leaflet, you might be in trouble. Yeah. So I think that's worth thinking about. Something else is that when I do some of the sort of political science 101 education I do out in the community, there's already a lack of understanding around the fact that you don't have to follow a how to vote card. You know, people get those and think that they have to stick to it if they want their vote to count for the party that they put first. So I know that sort of literature is still going to be out there even if you're having a quiet voting system, but it does take it away from that immediate thing, and I think it does potentially confuse some people.
I certainly wouldn't say that all independents are understaffed, having seen some campaign photos of some of the independents at this table. They certainly weren't under-resourced. Do you think there's a role, though, for, like we've heard evidence, and this was certainly my experience at the 2025 election. I was at a booth that had 34 people from one party. Do you feel there's scope? And we've made a recommendation that material and, the interim report has a recommendation that material and the amount of people be reduced. Do you feel that that's an approach the government should take?
You can have too much of a good thing, certainly. I mean, whether there's a kind of cap per candidate or some sort of a limit on the amount of staff or materials you can have at a booth, I mean, I'm certainly not averse to that. I just think that, more information, resources, access for people to a diverse range of viewpoints at the booth, I sort of think it's I think it's a part of the fun and buzz of election day.
I mean, I've certainly,
but I grew up in Queensland.
Some important discussions at the polling booth with voters who want information. Right?
Yeah,
so
of course.
Yeah,
and I sort of enjoy it as well. I have a chat to the volunteers or a member if they're at the booth. I think it's an enjoyable part of voting.
I think the recommendations in the interim report were sensible in that regard, and when coupled with the recommendations around safety and AEC resourcing as well, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to. My interest is in its influence on the election and the outcome of the election. So, you would here in Tassie, you would see both, and I can flag that the next witness might get the same question, so that he can think about it a bit. In terms of the voters now, as people who are studying elections, you would be engaged, aware, all of those things, informed about who's who in the zoo and who's coming along. I have to say my experience at the last Tasmanian election, where I was scrutineering after the booth closed, but had to be in there before it closed so that I could get access, and listening to some of the last minute voters coming in and talking amongst themselves about who they were going to vote for was a bit scary. But my interest is in the effectiveness of the election. So, I mean, do you have any thoughts on that? Because it goes to the points that you were making about how well people are informed and how it plays out. But if I think about the Tasmanian experience here and what I see as someone who is engaged, how it might affect the outcome of the election is the key question for me in a democratic process. How would you assess the comparison?
Well, once again, it's a good question, and you mentioned that 14% of people were swayed at the last minute as they enter, but my experience.
Well, they make their mind up.
Make their mind up. My experience is if you go in there and there's a lot of posters and brochures being handed your way, how do you get a chance to read them anyway? How do you get a chance to absorb all that material as you're wandering into the booth, checking in, getting your name ticked off, and actually then focusing on voting itself? Do you spend half an hour in the booth actually reading all those brochures? I suspect that a lot of people have made up their mind. It actually might influence which brochures they accept and which ones they don't get. So my intuitive reaction is it wouldn't make a huge difference.
I think if the core issue that we're worried about here, that we're trying to solve, is people not being informed ahead of time and not having considered all the options and developed an opinion, and that they're turning up undecided, if that's the issue we're trying to solve, then having people handing out leaflets and campaign literature at the door is not the best solution for that.
What about the assistance it gives with lowering informal voting?
Do we'd need a counterfactual to assess what impact it has on informal voting.
Is there a direct comparator between state and federal that you could bring to mind?
I
have to have a look.
whether there have been studies about. I mean, I think, is it right that Tasmania has less informal voting than some of the mainland states and territories?
Tassie's not really comparable though because of hair
Yeah, because we have hair clerk, exactly. But I mean, you know.
Well, I would say potentially, and we're getting a bit conversational now, but I would say potentially because we have hair clerk, in terms of people are a little bit more engaged and informed with the systems and the process because they're used to that with the way that we vote, particularly at the lower house level.
But we don't have that data to support what you're saying.
Although I think it was also almost referred to in evidence this morning where we get past 6 and that becomes a point of commencement of confusion.
We didn't have that data either.
And it'd be interesting to make a comparison of the last election with 5 per electorate here in Tassie and 7 to see whether there was a change in the informal vote.
That's interesting. I mean, I think it still is sort of in a way, I guess, bringing in or conflating a slightly different issue, which is that, you're given instructions on how to vote formally by, a volunteer or a staff member when you take your ballot. So, I mean, whether
but that would happen
party materials make any difference. Well, exactly. So, I mean, hopefully
we shouldn't
that
be
would
relying
be,
on the campaign literature.
Yeah, we shouldn't be relying on campaign literature anyway. And it may be that a lot of people actually do want to vote strategically in a way that benefits their party to the maximum extent and are responsive to how to vote materials for that reason. I can't imagine that it would make a huge difference to informal voting.
But we won't know. We don't know
We don't know.
because we can give out how to vote cards on the day.
Okay, we've reached.
Well,
yep.
could I just put something on?
Sure.
Flag that I'll to all the panel, but directly to Dr. Hortle about whether you've turned your mind to the use of social media, the effect and use of social media and artificial intelligence on elections and, misinformation and, whether you've had a think about what can be done to make them more transparent or, So if you could quickly put something on record now, I think the chair would be happy, but otherwise on notice.
Yeah, look, it's not a special area of mine. I'm not a social media, a political social media analyst, unfortunately, but it's certainly something that we can look at on notice and have a chat to some colleagues at the university.
Yes, I'd appreciate that.
Sure. So that was specifically social media
AI.
and AI in political advertising.
That's right.
Yep.
Particularly given the evidence that we had earlier today.
And-
was something of interest to us all.
Cool.
And if you've got the time and the inclination, just some thoughts about, I guess, the period of time that electoral matter should be regulated. Is it just the period of the election? Should it be longer? Just given methods of distribution have changed wildly from when those laws were created.
Yep. Great.
Some thought. Thank
We've got a few things to take away and revert to you on.
Nothing further. Mr. Small online, you're okay?
Yeah, all good, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks for your attendance today. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist with you answering questions taken on notice. You'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcriptions errors. Once you've received the transcript, you're asked to provide responses to any questions within 2 weeks. That's okay. If you need a little bit longer, given some of the nature of the questions we've asked you, I'm sure we will be amenable to that. Please forward answers, any additional information that has been requested to the Secretariat. The Secretariat will confirm these arrangements when distributing the transcript. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. Thanks for your time.
Right. Thanks very much, all.
We've now got Dr. Bonham. Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Loom. Okay, I now welcome Dr. Kevin Bonham to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Dr. Kevin James Bonham, appearing in a private capacity.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Okay, I'll start by saying that for people in my line of work, the 2025 election is a very long time ago in terms of the changes that we have seen in public opinion since then and the things that may mean for the next election if it carries through to the next election, but we are yet to see whether it will. My written submission largely followed along the lines of things that I said in my previous appearance online. I do want to stress I did make as a sole recommendation that the Parliament fix the problem of Gregory distortion on surplus transfers. This is a technical glitch with the electoral system that's left over for Senate counting, that's left over from the days of paper ballots.
Yep.
And what happens is that someone gets elected, they've got more than a quota of votes, they've got more votes than they need. Some of their votes need to be handed on to other candidates. And some of their votes will have come from primary votes or primary votes of other candidates, they'll be at full value. Some will have come through to them at very heavily reduced value because they've been through someone else's surplus, so they've already most of their value has been used electing someone else. When someone gets a surplus and they've got votes from mixed sources like this, the process then passes on all those votes at the same new value, irrespective of what their previous value was. and this creates some strange distortions in the process and could potentially, in a very close result, lead to someone who is objectively the wrong senator being elected. I would very much like to see that fixed before it happens rather than after. Western Australia fixed it a long time ago. Victorian Electoral Matters recommended fixing it, but it couldn't be implemented in time for this election because they haven't passed legislation yet. And I'd like to see it fixed federally. You can have situations where one vote comes in that's carrying full value, another vote comes in that's at 2% of its original value, and they both go out at 10%. A vote can actually increase in value above the value it was carrying because it's been through a surplus, which is completely absurd. And these things, there've been documented cases where it's created some significant distortions. There were some significant distortions with some of the One Nation candidates in the close races at the last election as a result of that. Not significant enough to change the result, but significant enough to alter the margin. And one day you'll get a result where someone wins a Senate seat by 100 votes or so on, and it may be that they actually didn't deserve it and someone else deserves it. So I do hope that one of these days that will get fixed and that the Parliament will be proactive rather than reactive in dealing with that situation. It's a relic of the paper ballot days. We've got computers. We've had computers for a long time. We can fix this. So that's just one issue that I want to keep highlighting every time I'm here until it is fixed.
Assistance pays off.
Has it been, forgive my ignorance, has it been recommended by this committee before to fix it?
It's been discussed many times. Okay. I don't know. I can't remember off the top of my head whether there's actually been a committee recommendation to fix it yet. But I hope that there will be one.
No, I don't need the answer now. But yeah.
Another matter from the 2025 election, while we're still talking about it, is that arose late in the piece was the situation with the Bradfield challenge. The result in Bradfield was challenged, and then the challenge was abandoned at some point, presumably when it was realised that it had no chance of success. This has created a number of flow-on problems because it was a contest between a Liberal and an Independent. It means that there was never an accurate two-party preferred count for the seat. Now, it may be that we're heading towards a landscape in 2028 where two-party preferred will be irrelevant and the ASC may even stop using it. But for the time being, that's a nuisance that we have one seat that has no accurate two-party preferred, and that does have an official two-party preferred done by the AEC in the most neutral way they could find, but which everybody knows is wrong. And an example of the flow-on effects of this was that last week there was a Demos AU MRP poll that had the Liberal Party comfortably winning the seat of Bradfield, and what happened was that the pollster had the wrong preference flow because it had taken the AEC's figure for granted. It would be nice if there had been a way to get a more accurate two-party preferred from that seat. The AEC had concerns about mixing up votes and its requirement to retain the ballots that were challenged separately for 7 years, I think it is. But it's a somewhat unsatisfactory situation for those of us who care about these things. I heard some of the previous discussion about how to vote cards, how it works in Tasmania, that sort of stuff. I'm happy to talk about that in response to questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bonham. Just on the Gregory system, you mentioned a candidate deserving it and not deserving it. A win and not deserving a win. Could you just outline a scenario in which there'd be a deserving winner and an undeserving one, just so I get a bit more of an understanding?
So the scenario there is that there are some votes coming on, and some of the votes coming on from a candidate have been artificially inflated in value by this distortion. So they may have come in at a very low value and come out at a higher.
What do you mean by low? So like as a seventh preference or something?
Yeah,
is that what you mean? Okay,
they
right.
may be they're well down the list. They've been through multiple surpluses, but they're not flowing through at the value that they should rightly have. What should rightly happen is that all the votes that are being distributed as part of a surplus should be reduced in value by the same proportion. So if one vote comes in worth 10 times as much as another, it should go out worth 10 times as much as another, rather than going out at the same value. And so you get a situation there where one person picks up from that surplus more votes than they should be picking up based on the actual will of the voters, and the other one picks up less.
And why would one vote have more value than another? Sorry, just
because when the votes come in, some of them will be primary votes.
Okay.
A primary vote is still carrying its full value up to this point.
Yes.
Some of them will be votes that have already been to a surplus, or maybe even two surpluses, and they've been part of their value has been used up electing someone else.
Yeah.
So, a vote might have used 90% of the value of a vote might have gone to helping someone already get elected, and now when this vote comes into the surplus, it gets a new lease of life, and it's treated the same way as a vote that has not made any contribution to helping someone getting elected. So that voter has basically got 2 bites of the cherry, and the result of that also is that everyone else's vote involved in this process is slightly reduced in value. They lose a little bit. And we talk about one vote, one value. This is something where this process, in my view, violates the principles underlying one vote, one value by making some votes worth more than others based on their past history.
And in Western Australia, if you recall, it was recommended, well, I'm assuming it was recommended by the Electoral Matters Committee. They fixed it. It wasn't much of an issue there. It was just sort of modernising the counting process for the Senate. Is that right?
Yeah, Western Australia fixed it for their upper house quite a few cycles back. I'm not sure exactly when off the top of my head, but it was a few cycles back that they fixed it, and they fixed it at a time when their system had numerous very bad electoral features, but they managed to fix that one. So I think if they could fix it then, I think that other systems should be able to fix it too. It's a quite simple programming fix.
Okay.
So it was basically used in the past to simplify the process of moving ballot papers around into different piles to count them.
Yeah, so it was when you have paper ballots, for one thing. Because you have all kinds of different votes that will come into a surplus that will have all kinds of different histories, manually you end up with a large number of piles which would have different surplus values. You might have a bunch of different surplus values at a count. That's tricky to take off. And also in the days of manual calculation, it involves a lot of calculations involving some very small numbers, and sort of multiplying lots of multiplying 8-digit decimals by hand is a bit of a pain, and there is the possibility of making mistakes. So this system that we have now simplified that process and just said, oh, everything that's going in the surplus, we're just going to throw it again at the same value, so that we don't have to deal with that stuff. But computers can deal with that stuff very easily, as they do in Western Australia.
And are the AEC conducting the correct data entry now to just change the programming, or would they need to, in your understanding, would they need to change how they count the Senate papers at the moment?
There would have to be new programming done.
Okay.
Probably following the Western Australia.
But in terms of the data entry, because they enter the ballot paper into the computer, and then the computer would spit out a different result under a reform system. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
The computer, the data entry process would remain the same.
Yeah. Okay.
The computer would simply calculate the preferences differently. It wouldn't. I suspect that it would not have a material impact on the time it took to spit out the results. Some of that time is often a sort of a delay for effect kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure if the federal one is, but I know some of the state ones deliberately pause so that it's just not just lightning quick. But yeah, it might. Yeah, it's not going to make a material difference to how long it takes to spit out the result.
Yeah. Have you done any samples of the current system versus a weighted system?
I've only looked at it in terms of specific cases where it's come up, where we've been able to show that in Victoria, Anthony Green has shown that there are a few cases in Victoria where it's actually changed the result. Those cases are complicated by Victoria having group ticket voting, meaning that in some cases it's changed the result for the better. In some cases it stopped someone from winning who shouldn't have won anyway. But yeah, there are cases where we've been able to establish the impact of it, and I've been talking about this in submissions back to, I think, even possibly 2013 election. I might have covered it, or I think when Jackie Lambie first got elected, there were cases of Jackie Lambie's votes increasing in value. So I haven't.
They got quite tight at one point in the thing. I think it was down to about 1,300 votes.
Yeah, there were a few. It didn't change the result, but I haven't gone through and done a full simulation to get the exact difference. That's not within my abilities. There'll be people who could do it.
Okay.
Not many of them.
Well, I wouldn't ask everyone that question, but I thought I'd ask you, noting your abilities. Any further questions?
I would like to explore the conversation we were just having with the previous witnesses in relation to presence at polling booths, comparing the two systems which we uniquely have here in Tasmania, where for state elections there's no presence at a polling booth, no how to vote cards, by virtue of the prohibition on using another candidate's name or image without their permission. So not a prohibition on how to vote cards as such, but you can't use another candidate's name or image and a 100-metre boundary for electoral matter to the polling booth. And how you see that impacting on the outcome of the election, including things like informal voting. So what your experience might be, or what your thoughts might be on that, given that has been a significant part of the conversation we've had in reviewing the last election.
So to state the Tasmanian system, what it actually is, there are two things that get in the way of how to vote campaigning on polling day. The first one is that you can't name a candidate in your electoral material without their permission at any time, anywhere. That's within the election period.
Yep.
This is a very restrictive provision, and I support abolishing it, as I believe it's an unreasonable imposter on freedom of speech, may be unconstitutional, but should go anyway. But for the time being, that is one of the things that stops how to vote cards. And there was a case where
2002 election.
Yeah, there was a case involving Brett Whiteley, former federal MP for Braddon, when he was a state MP. He was elected after distributing how to vote cards in which he recommended orderings of the other Liberal candidates. And that actually wound up in court, and he was found guilty of that because that was a breach of the Tasmanian provision. It was a very serious matter. He nearly lost his seat over it. And so that's the first thing. And the second thing is that there is a 100-metre exclusion zone for distributing material on polling day, where that has become a bit
pre-poll or just polling day.
Polling day.
Don't have
100
pre-poll.
radius. I'm not sure if it applies to. I don't.
It does.
I think it's just election day.
No, I think it applies to pre-polling as well.
It may apply to pre-polling.
There's no.
Okay, so 100 metres. So that there have been some sort of edge cases involving material that people put up before polling day, and it's still up on polling day. So that's been a bit of a debate, but generally, when you go to the polling booth, you're not seeing party flyers and so on everywhere around the polling booth in Tasmanian elections. So we do how to vote cards basically are about informal votes. There's a lot of hype about how to vote cards being about preference flows. So far, what usually happens is that most of the candidates who get eliminated are from parties where the following rate for how to vote cards is low. Could be how to vote cards could be more significant in some upcoming elections because we may see more major party candidates excluded. And where major party candidates get excluded, the how to vote card follow rate is higher, and so that may have more of an impact on the elections, and how to vote cards may have more impact on the results than they have in the past for a while. But mostly the reason for how to vote cards is to reduce formality. And if you go at federal elections, if you went to a situation with no how to vote cards handed out at booths or available at booths, that would lead to a very high informal voting rate because the federal legislation is very restrictive on voters making mistakes. you basically have to number every box. There's a savings provision for leaving the last box blank. You can't double numbers. You can't skip numbers. And that's causing very high informal voting rates in some electorates already. I really think the federal system, the informal rate, is already too high. And so we have to be very mindful of that in terms of any restriction on how to vote cards in the federal sphere. In Tasmania, the how to vote card, with the absence of how to vote cards, in Tasmania the informal voting rate is also now too high. The increase from 5 boxes to 7 boxes without any savings provision caused a substantial increase in informal voting, which went back a little bit at the last election, because we've now had 2 elections under that system. Voter must go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They must get all those without any mistakes. So the Tasmanian system is starting to get strained too, even though in Tasmania a voter for a major party can vote for just one party and stop, and their vote is formal. So that's what I think needs to be treated very carefully in terms of trying to restrict how to vote cards. On the other hand, I think that I do agree with the committee's, at least majority conclusion, that some of the behaviour at the last federal election was completely out of hand. And following the election on polling booths, I noted some seats where just sort of like persistently ridiculous situations. The division of Kooyong springs to mind. Sort of like you sort of see a poster and see a posting of how someone has completely sort of wallpapered the entire sort of walkway into the polling booth with party signs and that sort of thing. So I think the things do need to be done about that, and to try to have a more orderly environment for voters and a fairer environment for parties.
So just following on from that, in terms of the savings provisions, would you make any recommendations into how they might be improved for federal elections?
Certainly for federal elections, for a starter, I think that there should be a savings provision to cover the case where the voter gets confused between the Senate and House of Representatives ballot paper, because that's a common one that we're seeing, that where the number of candidates in a rep seat goes to 8 or above, we get a jump because people get confused between the Senate and the House of Reps ballot paper, and they vote 1 to 6 and stop on the Reps ballot paper as if it was the Senate ballot paper, and then their vote is informal. That was, the ASC did do a limited ballot formality review, which was very welcome, where they highlighted that issue in a lot of seats. So I would bring in a savings provision so that if a voter has numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they made a mistake after that, that's enough. I would not ever go to full optional preferential voting. I am very strongly against full optional preferential voting. I think it's a fool's gold system that results in many voters casting votes that do not reflect their true opinions because they prematurely exhaust their vote. And also optional preferential voting seems to encourage preference suppression campaigns, important just vote one signs that look like electoral material, that kind of thing. So I'm very strongly against going to full optional preferential voting, but I think that if you had a savings provision that says if the voter's got the first 6 right, and they make a mistake after that, then their vote still counts. I don't see how that would do any harm.
So what was, just on that, what was that, there was an election, Caldwell, I think it was, the members, Bassam Abdo is the one, but wasn't it sort of 5 live candidates that could have won? So what happens if that pushes out to 6, or 7? Does that cause a problem if you have a savings provision that kicks in at 6?
A few votes will exhaust that would have been informal otherwise. Okay. It means at least those votes get counted some of the way instead of just going straight to the bin.
So the effect is including votes that would otherwise not have been counted, rather than excluding votes.
Because that was a question I was going to ask Mr. Chick earlier about that.
Yeah.
the issue is that any savings provision of that kind is going to get, it does bring up the ghost of Langer voting, which was Langer voting was at one stage, these votes were, at one stage you could vote 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, and they just assume you made a mistake and only your one vote will count. And then people started campaigning to do that, saying, hey, voters can do that deliberately so that they don't have to number either of the major parties, spreading disinformation in regards to that. Now, you can just ban them from making a recommendation for a vote that doesn't accord with the instructions, or you can just decide that you're just not going to worry about it because not very many people are going to do it. I think there are other laws that, sometimes when people do this sort of thing, they're involved in spreading other forms of disinformation at the same time, and you can get them under those. So that's the only thing to consider about that. But I am worried that the informal voting rate is getting high and very high in some seats.
Western Sydney, it's crazy high.
How was the connection made that it was the Senate voting number 1 to 6? Why is that being connected to the informal rate in the House of Representatives?
So
voting?
I started noticing this a few elections ago, and I've had cases where I've actually been commissioned to look at it for people. And what was noticeable was that when there was a change from a seat having 7 or fewer candidates to having 8 or more candidates, that caused a boost in the informal rate that was much greater than just the informal rate that you got from adding one extra candidate. And the ASC has now looked at that and has now looked at this problem of votes that have the first error at the point where you get to 6. So they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and stop.
So it was as a result of observing what had happened rather than...
It's not uniformed across electorates, though, is it?
No, it's not, and it's something that correlates with education and rate of speaking languages other than English will be probably the two best predictors of whether that was a problem. In an inner urban seat, you can have 10 candidates, and the informal vote can still be quite low, or can at least not increase very much. But there are certain seats where a large number of candidates is dynamite for the informal rate.
So in a circumstance where you still had a vote card available, but there was nobody at a polling booth to hand it out, how would you see that playing out if you're looking at the way that the Tasmanian system works?
So you could do something like what South Australia does. In South Australia, they have a display. Every party's how to vote card is displayed. I think it's at the polling booth. You can actually go in and they can actually go and look at it. So the voter can actually see it in the polling station. I don't know. I haven't followed discussion about how well that works. South Australia also has a savings provision of its own, where they have a secret savings ticket that a party lodges. It's quite a strange system that captures and saves some of the informal votes.
I'm probably having a false memory here, but I thought during that COVID period that the AEC did have some how to vote cards inside pre-poll. Is that? Sorry, I was just thinking that it's already happened, but
well,
I'm pretty sure it might have been.
At a state election, perhaps not in Tassie, but so the election cycle was 1922, 25. So pre-COVID, and then after we'd opened up was 22 in May.
Might have been a issue around. Anyway, sorry. But I did want to ask you a question about whether whether the AEC's done some work around whether the informal voting that you've been describing is actually not accidental, but it's on purpose.
Yes, the ASC does do work determining what proportion of the informal votes apparently deliberate or are apparently accidental. Now, in their informal ballot survey up to, I think, the 2016 election, they were producing a national figure for that. Yeah. So it was running, I think, around half and half in the towards the end of that. Now, the last one that they put out for the 2025 election finds a high rate of deliberate informal voting. I think it's around 70% of the around 70% of the informals are accidental. A low rate of deliberate informal voting, but that is not a representative sample of all electorates. They specifically focused on a subset of electorates for their analysis. So it's not trying to say this is the national figure. But yeah, I would think that nationally, I would estimate that probably slightly more than half are now accidents.
Okay. Mm-hmm. We might benefit from some more work in that area.
Any questions, Dr. Ryan? Mr. Small, any questions before we...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Chair. Dr. Bonham, can I just explore that issue with the how to votes a little bit further? In that there's a big difference between how to votes being handed out versus available for voters. And where they can get them by text, email, ads in the local paper, letterbox, and indeed under some proposals inside the booth in an orderly fashion, do you think that there's scope to, I guess, improve the health of democracy and indeed engagement with the voting process by eliminating the gauntlet? I mean, that's quite a pointed question, but I do think that that's worth really exploring, because I get your arguments about vote saving and formality, but I think it's really important to really drill down on how many ways voters can get that information.
Yeah, I think it's just if you bring in an alternative to having people handing out, and you say we're going to have no handing out within a certain radius of booths, the question is how reliably voters who are struggling with the system still going to get the information. Are they going to know where to get it at the polling booths? Are they going to know that they can get it at the polling booths? That sort of thing. That's the issue I'd raise with doing that.
So you have a view balancing that against trying to regulate polling booth behaviours that are documented across the country?
I think that there's probably some scope for regulating polling behaviours without completely banning handout of how to vote cards. There's probably some scope for limiting the number of people who can hand out for a given candidate, that sort of thing. I've read the committee's recommendations, and I do have concerns about involving the AEC as a policer of booth behaviour, if that's going to get the AEC into a situation where its behaviour might be seen as partisan.
Yeah, I think that's a valid concern. The other thing is that we took some evidence, I think it was in South Australia, that where the imposition of limits had been undertaken, and I think it was particularly in respect of signage, that those limits were then seen as minimum thresholds, and there was actually a dramatic increase in the number of signs because every candidate then thought they had to have 10 square metres or whatever the arbitrary cap was. Do you sort of have a view on whether imposing volunteer limits, etc., might see the same sort of explosion in the number of people in booths rather than a reduction from current levels?
That would be something that you have to watch for in setting those limits. But I do think that some of the behaviour, I do think that a party should not be able to monopolise a polling booth.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Small. If there's no further questions, Dr. Bonham, I'd like to thank you for your attendance here today. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Once you've received the transcript, you're asked to provide any responses within 2 weeks. Please forward these and any additional information that has been requested to the Secretariat. The Secretariat will confirm these arrangements when distributing the transcript. Please note that responses to questions or notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We've got former Senator Billick. Mr. Chick. How are you going? Oh, well. Everywhere, trying to fit it in. I now welcome Katrina Billick to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Katrina Louise Billick, and I appear as an individual and a former senator of 17 years.
Wow. I'm sure your evidence will be very valuable. Thank you, Ms. Billick. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thanks, Chair. Well, as I said, I was a senator for 17 years. I retired at the 2025 federal election, but I've spent the last 40-odd years or so campaigning and being involved in both federal and state elections. I ran in the 2008, I just have to check this, 2007, 2013, 2016 and 2019 elections as a candidate.
2001.
2019 was the double D, wasn't it?
You ran in the 2001.
Oh, did I? Thanks, Senator Carwell.
Because we competed with each other for the last spot. Yeah.
I what? Sorry?
We competed with each other for the last
spot. Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Oh.
Should we put on?
Well, there you go. Look, just in case other people don't know, I did retire due to ill health, and part of it is an issue with my brain. So memory in some things is not so good, but
it was 25 years ago. That's a long time ago.
It's a long time ago. That's right. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, 5 elections. Well done.
Yeah. One not successful, but yeah. There you go. Well,
you've done it a lot. I think
I've done it. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at.
You've been around a while.
That's it. I've been around a long while.
Yeah.
So, and in that time, obviously, I've worked, as I said, I couldn't count how many federal. I could probably if I worked out when the elections were, but federal and state elections over all that time. And prior to being elected, I've been involved since I was about 17, with handing out how to votes and things like that for people. So
you've been involved at various levels then?
Yeah. So I've been involved both as a candidate and a sitting senator. I've been involved as a member of the Labor Party. I've got family members on both sides of the main political spectrum, so I've been involved there. Trying to think what else. I have to remember what else. But it goes at least 40 years.
Excellent. And what have you? What's your experience been at sort of each of those elections as a participant?
Generally, it's been quite good. I mean, when you're an actual candidate, I think there's a bit of a difference to being a volunteer. But generally, the results or the elections have been really, I think Tasmanians in particular do it quite well at federal elections. I think in general there's a sense of camaraderie even amongst volunteers. Over that time, of course, I've got to know a lot of volunteers from other parties, and it's interesting, turn up 3 years later, and Tasmania is, the community's quite small, really, in general, across the state. I predominantly have focused for the last 20-odd years in the seat of Franklin, which is Minister Julie Collins' seat. That's split by the Derwent River, and I was Julie's duty senator for the last 17 years prior to retirement. So we did a lot of work there, and I did a lot of work helping and supporting the Labor Party and Julie in that. And generally, I think I could say, a pretty friendly group of people, volunteers, and you talk to people and you get to know people over days if you didn't already know them. As a senator, of course, a lot of people knew me, who I might not have recognised, but yeah, people certainly chatty and cheery and nice.
And was that your experience in Franklin at the 2025 election?
No, it was not.
Okay.
It was not. So I spent a lot of my time at pre-poll in the area in which I live, which is a large pre-poll area at Kingborough, as I said, in the seat of Franklin, and it was not like other elections at all. There was issues with people being pushy to volunteers. There was issues with people being rude to other volunteers being rude to volunteers. There was issues with people, I called it harassment, to people coming to vote. I wasn't backwards in coming forwards and going to speak to the electorate officer in charge of the booth on those particular days, and they would come out and talk to people, and they'd go inside, and 15 minutes later things would happen. It got so bad at one stage that they came out and chalked the distance that they didn't want volunteers near the doors because people were just
breaking it.
Even though they were told the rules, they were not listening to it, and that's pretty annoying. And I noticed Mr. Bonham commented about wallpapering of, well, let me tell you, it happened down there at Kingston quite a lot. And it wasn't just political parties that had posters up down there. I've got a couple of things I'd like to table that were posters that we took photos of that were in regard to, the salmon industry, and also one of the independent candidates was very closely aligned, I think, to the Bob Brown Foundation, and they had things up too. So I'm happy to hand them over now.
Sure. And these were material that you took photos of.
Yeah.
At pre-poll.
Yeah. Yeah. Pre-poll and election day both. Yeah.
I'm happy to pass these around.
Very much a function of the Franklin electorate.
Yes, because of the salmon industry issues and the salmon farms and
Basically, Do you think this committee's formed a number of views on the treatment of, I guess, what you experienced in 2025, and I think Dr. Bonham touched on it in his evidence. Paraphrasing what he said, there is probably a case to address sort of behaviour at booths. Do you think that's the direction that the government should take, if not for the next election, but at some point?
Yeah, I think, having seen that, I know the world changes. I've been around long enough to understand that. But I think there's quite a legitimate argument for somehow limiting, for example, the number of core flutes any individual or party can have at polling booths, as opposed to someone coming in and wallpapering.
Would that include third parties as well? Because
And
one of
third
those
parties,
vote-
indeed, because that's right, and that's the other issue. It's the role of third parties, or the that they play, and that's really seems to have increased quite a lot, including not just like the forestry issues and that sort of thing, not just the climate issues, but the brethren that were at Kingborough Hub in particular. On election day for the last 4 elections, federal elections, I would do a few hours at the Kingborough Hub, then I would travel the western shore of Franklin and check that everybody, all the other volunteers are all right, have a chat to them, hang around for a while, hand out how to votes, whatever. Certainly filled up the day when you were candidate.
What a good
very
duty
handy.
senator.
Oh, can you say that really loud to the crowd? But that was an important thing to do, I thought, and Julie would do the other side of the river. And on election day in 2025, even though I left for quite a few hours to travel to the other booths, I was quite worried about leaving people that weren't as experienced at the booth with the brethren there. They were going up to people, just walking up to them and offering them how to vote, and when they said no, they would basically just keep on at them. And I just thought that was really cheeky and a bit rude. And I would try and say, if they don't want to take it, you shouldn't push it. I still don't know and I don't know if the committee know this or not, whether the brethren were actually paid to be there. But if people have been paid, I think there's probably an issue too. I think we need to look at whether volunteers are paid or not paid, and as a former Labor senator, I was very, very careful that people did things in their own time if they were on the books at all. And I think having people possibly being paid, I don't know, as I said, but possibly being paid to be there. Certainly they got their uniforms from somewhere.
What was the impact of all of this sort of aggressive behaviour by third parties? Like, how do you think it impacted on volunteers, but also on voters?
Okay.
On voters as well.
Yeah,
Participants, right?
Because it's the area where my office was, and so many people know me in that area, people would come to me and complain about it. And they would say, I feel really stressed now, and I might come. I even had a couple of people say to me, I'm going to come back later. And this was on election day, where I had to remind them they had to be in there. By
6 o'clock,
by 6, get here by 5:30 at least, because there's often a queue at 5:30. So get here at 5:30 so, your vote will count. Sorry, Senator Brown.
I was just going to say, did you feel this was not just 1 or 2 volunteers, but it was the whole volunteering group for a particular third entity or political party?
Yeah, there was 2 distinct groupings at the Kingston Hub, and that was the people that were supporting Peter George and the people that were supporting the Liberal Party. So it was very distinct, and I think, even Liberal Party volunteers, and I understand that in that area it might be a bit hard to get people to volunteer. There is an ageing population, and people I'd seen for many, many years now longer have the energy or the inclination to do it, but there was a distinct little army. I called them a little army. The interesting thing is that if I actually tried to speak with them, they didn't really want to speak with me, which is pretty unusual at those things. I mean, I've had great conversations with, opposition senators, staff and things there. You just all get on. You try and make the most of the day. And because it can be a very, very long day, especially if you're scrutineering afterwards. It can be a very, very long day, but they didn't want to engage in conversation. And once or twice when I asked them, I actually said to them, "Are you brethren?" A couple of minutes later, one of them would go off and ring up, take a phone with them and ring someone, and 20 minutes later, someone would have come in a car and they would get in the car and go for a while. So, just very strange, I thought, very strange all up.
So, is this the first election where you've been conscious of the presence of people that you believe to be from the Brethren at polling places?
Yes, definitely.
And I guess this is one of the issues that we've come across, that we've heard from lots of people who've spoken to the committee about people who they believe were from the Brethren. And the question is, whether or not their appearance or their attendance at polling sites was organised or just reflected their own personal commitment to the democratic process and desire to be involved in it. Do you have any comment on that? Because we don't really have any, anything to support anything to oppose the proposition that they're just there out of their own free will because they care deeply about the Australian political process.
They all had a uniform. They all wore blue. They had blue hats that had
blue
some,
though?
Yep, liberal blue. Liberal blue, like wind cheaters and
did they arrive together?
And some of them arrived in cars together.
Sorry, Liberal paraphernalia or just?
No. They had some slogan. I was trying to remember. I think it was, and I'm happy to be, very, very happy to be corrected, but I think it was like "Make Australia Happy Again." Something. It was like
around the country.
Yeah. Oh, was it right? Okay, yeah. And it was just. It all struck me as an old hand at this as very odd, but it did strike me personally as organised. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you said they arrived together?
Yep. Some would arrive together, some would leave together, especially after when you sort of have a chat to them and they get a bit worried and go off and make a phone call. This is how I interpreted it. I had a chat, I asked a couple of questions. One of them went off and made a phone call. It's a fairly open area. You can see people walk down the street making a phone call and things. It's pretty open. And then, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes later, whatever, a car would turn up and a group of them would leave.
And you mentioned earlier that you tend to know the people who show up at polling places from election to election, and it's the same customers for each party. Yeah. Election cycle in and election cycle out. Were these people that you knew or you recognised?
No, I didn't know any
locals?
of them. I didn't know any of them. Any of the people in blue, I did not know. Not one of them. So, but as I said, I know a lot of the Liberal people. I was a senator in the one office. I didn't move office for 17 years. I talk to people. I'm very community focused and out in the community all the time. And people would just talk to me. Business people would tell me they were members of the Liberal Party. So you get to know them, and then obviously I've even got friends, dare I say it, that are members of the Liberal Party that would hand out how to vote.
Get out of here.
No, it's true.
Lucky she's a former senator.
You would, yeah, that's right. Yeah. But you would,
You want me to admit that I've got friends in the Labor Party next?
Oh, I don't think you need to go that far, Senator Colbeck.
Which I do.
But, I don't know if it's like this on the mainland, but because Tassie is a smaller population, we're sort of... And I'm sure Senator Colbeck, even though he's from the opposition, agrees, you do have that relationship with people in the areas, especially where you live, work. I've lived in that area for 40 plus years. My kids grew up there. I've worked in that area. Before I was elected, I did early childhood education in the area. I mean, you get to know all these people, politics aside.
I was talking to Senator DeLuga on a different inquiry last week and we spent a lot of time together on one of the booths up on the coast and how well we all got on together.
Yeah, and that's what it's always been like until 2025. And some of the other volunteers are much younger and much less experienced. And in the Labor Party, we had young people come along, and I was a bit concerned about leaving them.
We've heard evidence in other inquiries that some of the brethren in particular were flown in. Would that be your understanding of what happened here? Or
I'm presuming. Well, they didn't seem to come from Kingborough.
Okay, no, that's fine.
From my local government electorate area. Okay. I would presume that's what's happened.
Well, yeah.
I don't know how many brethren are in Tassie or what their numbers are in Tassie or anything at all, but I would presume.
Were they younger in terms of those people who you identify?
Yeah, some were. I would have thought some seemed like. I'm not a very good judge of age, I have to admit, but I would have thought some were younger. Maybe not 18, 19, but certainly mid to late 20s on.
And do you remember if they were there just for polling day, or were they there for pre-poll as well?
I can't remember about pre-poll, but certainly they were out in force on polling day. Maybe just before, but once again, I'm happy to be corrected just for pre-poll.
Thank you.
Not for the whole, in the beginning it was fairly quiet. You could throw a stick in the beginning.
Okay, Mr. Small, did you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr. Billy, it's interesting you raise payment of people on booths. Could you tell the committee explicitly that no person associated with the labour movement and trade unions has ever been paid for working on a booth?
Well, not to my knowledge.
I'm not talking about your office or your staff.
I can only tell you what I know, Senator Small. To my knowledge.
And what basis do you make that statement? I mean, you raised the issue of people being paid to be on booths and said it's important people know that. It's been suggested many times in the past that folks associated with trade unions are paid to work on booths. Can you categorically refute that or not?
Well, I worked for the trade union for 13 years previously, and I was never paid to work on a booth. All I can talk about is my own knowledge.
Okay, so you're limiting your remarks to your personal experience rather than a due diligence that's enabled you to make a statement more broadly.
Well, can you make the commitment to me that no Liberal person's ever been paid to work on a booth ever?
You know how this works, Ms. Bennett. We ask the questions and you have the opportunity to
and I've got the right to reply.
Yeah, absolutely you do. And
I've chaired many committees, Mr. Small. I know when someone's trying to rile me. It won't work.
No, we're asking questions here to preserve our democracy. So let me continue. In making the statements that you have about members of the Brethren, I think you referred to people arriving in groups. Have folks associated with the Labor Party ever turned up to booths in cars together?
Sorry, can you just repeat the question?
Have folks associated with the Labor Party ever turned up to a booth in a car together?
Well, I don't think I've ever seen 4 or 5 get out of the one car at any time.
How many would you say have been in the car together in your experience?
Well, it's usually just me and mine.
You told the committee you've observed these elections for many, many years, some decades.
Yep.
What would be the maximum number of people you've seen associated with the Labor Party in one car?
I just think that's a silly question. I think even Senator Colbeck would have to agree. That's. I'm sorry, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Richard. You better not do that. No, sorry, but yeah, it's just who would know, but not 4 or 5 at a time.
Mm-hmm. And just finally, is there any issue with Australians of faith participating in our democracy and indeed the political process on election day?
No, but if they're being paid, for example, or if they're not declared, it depends on what their status is, whether they're listed as a charity, whether they're organised, whether there's a third party that isn't listed as a political party. There's a whole lot of things you have to take into account. Not sure how long you've been in politics, but I've been around a long time and I know what needs to be done to be fair and even.
So correct me if I'm wrong, you just said that Australians of faith should declare themselves on polling booths. What form would that take?
No, that's not what she said.
No, that's not what I said at all. That's right. It's not what I said. Don't twist my words.
I'm not. Well, pull the answer, because you said they are identified by wearing Liberal blue shirts and handing out Liberal pound of vote cards. So is that not identification enough as to their intent for participating in the election?
Sorry, I don't really understand your question.
Okay, happy for you to review the Hansard and provide a response on notice, but that's it from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Small. If there's no further questions...
I would like to... I'll ask one question in relation to... you make the allegation that people were being paid.
No, I said I thought they were being paid, yeah.
Well...
I said I didn't have any proof.
The point is that you're putting on the public record you think people are being paid. You say that you don't have any proof of that, which really does cast an aspersion.
Well, they wouldn't answer me when I asked them.
Well, are they obliged to? I mean,
No.
One of my objections to the way that some of the questioning in this broader inquiry is, and I've been asked the question too by journalists and others, is were brethren working on the polling booth? And my response to that, which I think quite reasonably, is, well, I don't ask somebody's religion, and I don't have a checkbox on my volunteer form to say what faith are you, and nor should I, and I don't think we should. So, I accept your point with respect to third parties and organisation. I think that's a reasonable point to raise, and I think we've all talked about that and how that's appropriately managed as a part of the electoral process. But I think it's...
you really need to ask a question, Richard.
I am, Carol, and I'm attempting to not be confrontational with this, but it is to a certain extent because of...
It's all right, Richard, I know you.
Yeah, and we know each other. But the objection, I suppose, is in suggesting that somebody's getting paid, even though you have no evidence that they are, casts some aspersion without evidence. And I suppose that is the issue that I have. And so if you want to respond to that, I'm not aware of any, and I'm happy to put this on the record, that I'm not aware of any of our volunteers from any perspective being paid, certainly not by the Liberal Party or anyone else. So I'm not aware of that. And so it does concern me that the aspersion that some of our volunteers were getting paid is on the record, even though you've admitted it's without evidence.
Yeah. I suppose the issue is if they were flown in from interstate, who paid for it? Who paid for their accommodation, that sort of thing too. And their questions, I think, should be asked of brethren. I know they tend to deny that anything went on.
Well, we will have the opportunity, hopefully, to ask those questions of them when they appear before us.
But it's interesting that, if you say to someone handing out for the Greens, are you getting paid for this? They will say. They'll even tell you where they work. They'll tell you all sorts of things. But this is the only group I've ever come across. And I did ask the question a couple of times because, word had got around that the brethren were... I didn't realise they were all over, in other places in Australia. I just, for some reason, thought bit of a sheltered life on election day in Tassie. Thought it was just Franklin. And it's just struck me as very odd. As I say, I'm happy to be corrected, but I think it can't go without comment that the question needs to be asked of them. Like, who did pay for their airfares if they did come from interstate? There's those questions. Just before I finish, though, can I just make a couple of suggestions, having been around for so long? One of the things I would think is, and I heard, I've been here since the lunch break, so I've heard the other witnesses give some evidence, is maybe, and this sort of goes against the grain a bit, but having seen what happened in 2025, limiting the number of core flutes, as I said, I think I've already said, each candidate can have. Giving the AEC maybe, the managers on the day or whatever, some stronger powers even. Maybe, and I know the AEC stretch for staff and all that sort of stuff, but maybe a sort of tactical response team or something, I don't know, but some group that can actually, because these people would go off for 5 minutes and do the right thing. And there's, one of the interesting things at the Kingston Hub is there's stairs that lead up to where you go in to vote, and they took over that whole, and quite wide stairs. I'm not very good at measuring distances, but quite wide. And they took over the whole staircase, even though it was within the zone. And when the AEC came out and put the chalk line in, I watched them scuff some of it off. And you just think, this is not on. This is not on. This is not how we do it. So, and I think it's not fair to the voters. You know, I'm a big girl. I could look after myself. I was happy to challenge people on things and did so. And when they took no notice, went in and spoke to people inside, so they came out. But it puts the AEC staff in a really difficult position too, and that's not right. So, a reasonable number on campaigners, for maybe, as much as I hate to say it personally, but I think it certainly does need to be looked at, and I'm pleased there's an inquiry going on.
Great.
So.
Just on the last point that you make in terms of the role of the AEC, it's a particular question. You said, it's hard for them too. Yeah. The AEC did express a concern that they become or put in a position where they appear to be, and this comes back to what people think versus what reality is. I mean, the AEC does a brilliant job in conducting our elections, and one of the real values is that they are seen to be completely independent of us as political parties or political players. Putting them in the role of having to adjudicate potentially undermines that independence that they enjoy, or perception of independence. How do you think we manage that? Because I think that's a really important issue if they have to be the adjudicators. Now, in terms of managing their territory, which is, the 6 metre rule that we all understand, or most, that's well understood. But if we're elevating things or adding additional roles, how do you see we appropriately manage that? And as you say, you've been around and seen a lot of this.
Well, I mean, they managed it quite well. They have people that have experienced managing each booth. It's unfortunate. It's another level of what they have to do. It's part of I presume it's part of their role anyway, to, if the rules are being broken, to adjudicate, as you say. I suppose where it could be problematical is if it got violent. Yeah. And I didn't see that, but I suppose we need to think things through. But at the minute, I thought they did a pretty good job. But
and just one final question, sorry, Chair. In terms of the management of booth workers and the responsibility for doing that, I mean, I've had my experience with union reps who've come into the north of the state from Melbourne, for example, or other states to be on booths, and one of the advantages for them is they don't know the locals. Disadvantage for us, they can come in, they can, in fact, I've seen some quite aggressive union workers on booths in the past, and I wouldn't have seen it was the booth captains or the Electoral Commission's role to manage those. What role should the parties play in making sure that our volunteers, which is effectively who they are, how do we apply responsibility to our parties or our volunteers in ensuring appropriate behaviour? Because, as you say, and as we've both experienced, in fact, most of us would have experienced a good experience on pre-poll and polling day, banter, chatter, getting to know each other over a number of elections. But how do we ensure that we apply that to all of our booth workers so that
I think
what we're talking about today...
All of our volunteers, you mean?
All of our volunteers.
I think if you limited the number of volunteers per candidate, the issue you've come across before may well not happen, because you wouldn't need so many people. I mean, you know, if you manage 5 people, it's fairly easy. If you manage 50 or 500, it obviously gets harder and you can't be accountable for everybody. But I do think that's one issue that might solve itself maybe with that, because only, limited number would be able to do it.
So, but we should push back to the parties, all those and those who.
Of course,
yeah.
And you know, candidates should be, and parties should be looking at who their volunteers are. I don't disagree with that at all. I think that's really important.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Billick. I think
You're
that's
very welcome.
it. You'll be sent a copy of your transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions you may have taken on notice today. And you'll have the opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Once you've received the transcript, you're asked to provide responses to any questions on notice within 2 weeks. Please forward these and any additional information that has been requested to the Secretariat. The Secretariat will confirm these arrangements when distributing the transcript. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. I thank you very much for your time, and everyone that's participated
Thank you for your
today.
work. Hope you've enjoyed Hobart.
It's been fantastic.
When did you come in yesterday, Michael?
Yesterday, yes. I declare the hearing closed.